year growth, the year-over-year growth on this is saying these are the markets right now that are pulling back. Okay. So these are the cities where, what does this mean? This means obviously people's houses are probably, there's a lot of inventory. They're not selling. They're dropping the prices. Home values are actually dropping. So this causes two things. To be dead honest with you, for 2025, these are markets I don't want to do fix and flips in. If I find a deal in any one of these markets and it's a fixer upper and it's a junker, I don't want to take on that job of waiting 30 days to close, hiring and managing contractors for the next 30, 60, 90 days, depending on how big the job is, put it back on the market and wait 60, 90 days for my buyer and then another 30 to closing. That gives me a really big open window of prices continually declining on a property I just put a lot of money into. So if I find deals in any one of these markets that's a fixer-upper, I'm definitely looking for a cash buyer who would want to do that deal, and I will wholesale them that deal. I'm not keeping that to do a fix and flip in. However, now let's go talk about creative finance. What we run into a lot of Florida right now, especially, are people saying, come take my house. I have more people now who bought a house 2 years ago who they've listed it for what they bought it for or under that, and they're not getting it. And the market is swelling up with listings, and I'm going to show you some stuff on that. But this is kind of what we're seeing right now. So these are markets where people are really frustrated. I know New Orleans and this whole area in Louisiana is really hitting. Pensacola, Florida, a lot of South Florida is. I know the Dallas, Fort Worth in certain pockets, but this is also based on neighborhoods too, because inside of these places, there's certain neighborhoods and zip codes that are still doing okay. So, but this is an overall generalization. You can see San Antonio, right? So the biggest ones were Tampa, San Antonio, Dallas, and New Orleans. You're starting to see some of it in Colorado, but that's more of like a smaller base level. So with that, this is what I really kind of focus on because I do a lot of deals in Florida, right? So I'm fixing up what I'm doing for my strategy for 2025. Now, here's the one thing I do pay attention to is if I do buy a deal in Florida, and I'm going to show a case study, everybody, of a deal where I am so happy we passed on it. And here's the thing, everybody, we want to make deals, but some of the best deals are the ones that you don't make. Okay. And I'm going to show an example of that up next. Um, so Abby, did we have anybody who want to look closer to like their area? Did anybody say?
Yeah, we have some people who put in their list of like where they're living.
Mm-hmm.
Um, let's see. We've got upstate South Carolina, Syracuse, New York.
So Syracuse, you just take a little snapshot and the price forecast looks to be strong in upstate New York for where they're predicting. And that's based on inventory, time on market, how many price drops that they're having, all of those things, and the appreciation. Houses are still going up. You can see Connecticut, thing is like still red hot, right? Certain parts of Illinois. So these are markets where if I get a fix and flip, I'm doing that there because I'm going to sell it right away. I'm going to list it. It's going to get over asking. If we knock it out of the box and we price it right, so it brings up a lot of volume of people, strategy doesn't change, guys. Just that where I'm doing these, and I do them virtually. So maybe you know somebody in Connecticut, like give them a knock, tell them, hey, like your area is really hot right now. Maybe we team up on some stuff there. Albany, New York. We're able to find deals here. We have one under contract, two of them. I've got a fix and flip going in Rochester. I've got a property here in it's Oswego. It's on the water, well, across the street from the water. Seller has a beautiful house. It needs a roof. It needs some updating inside. I'm buying with $100 down. I'm taking over a $900 payment. Um, and so that's a seller finance deal, guys. And wholesale deal, I've got one right up in here. And we're going to end up doing the remodel on it. Even though I said no fix and flips in 2025, that really depends on the area. Erie, Pennsylvania, same thing. These places don't have a lot of new inventory being built. And if you pull up where you live, and you look at how many permits were pulled in your county for new builds, and versus other places where you're going to see a lot of this going on, Florida is just insane. Texas is the same way. Tennessee, the area is booming, and you could see places like Nashville, right? they're predicting there's a pullback here. We're starting to get a lot of leads out in East Nashville, especially where it's pretty nice. I've got a young lady, she's on the border of Virginia. She's got a beautiful house. She's selling it for what she bought it for, and it's not selling, and she's already moved to Florida. She's like, I just need to get this payment off my back. I can't afford two payments. And she's got a really low interest rate. She's got a beautiful turnkey house in a beautiful neighborhood, great school district, and the payment is so low that I can cash flow easily $500 a month out of it. She doesn't need any equity because she doesn't really have any. What she needs is to get that payment off her back. She needs debt relief. So if I find a deal, and this is in Bristol, but it's a city that's right on the border and it's actually in Virginia side of it. So that's what we're looking for. And in these areas, I have a feeling if you want to find creative finance deals, you're going to. You're going to find a lot of them. People aren't, their houses aren't selling and they're frustrated. 5 years ago, I'm doing Facebook leads, sponsored ads. If I had 10 people reach out to me, 10 people had a house off market. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, right? 2022, if they reached out to me, their house was off market, it wasn't listed with an agent. I would say now, 2024, half of the people that reach out to us have a house already on the market and it's not selling and they're frustrated, right? So we're starting to see a big spike on that. So what does that mean? If they listed it before, it was usually sold. Now that's not happening and they're frustrated. And some of them are raising their hand because of some factor going on in their life of why they need to get this thing sold. So if I'm going to be looking for creative deals, here's the challenge. These prices are going to go down. They're going to drop. So do I want to buy here? You got to be really careful. And you got to be really, really, really mindful of that. You could find a deal, unless for me, what I'm going to be looking for, the only way I will buy in these areas on these creative deals, if I have a property, it's beautiful property, it cash flows $500 a month plus, or pretty darn close to that. You know, if it's 475, I'm not going to throw it out if it's a beautiful house. And here's the difference is I need to have a really long term. I've got a client right now who's got a house north of Tampa. It's in Brooksville, Florida. He just wrote it up. It's a beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood. The seller really has very little equity. The seller needs 20 grand down to move, but they have a 2.25 interest rate. 2.25, which to me is almost free money. It's pretty darn close. Their payment with taxes and insurance and everything all included is a little over 1,500 a month. And it rents for, on the conservative side, 2,200. So is this a house that I would buy? That would fit my category. I could cash flow. I don't love the idea of giving 20 grand down because, guys, I typically buy with no money down. Now, there's times where put 10 grand down, things like that. And I've put 30 grand down in a deal, but I had a 0% mortgage and I still own it. And I bought it right. But this is the reason why I really only buy with $100 down because if prices start dropping, I just want to accumulate cash flowing assets that I have for really long terms. Because what it goes up must go down, but then they go back up again. And if you're only banking on appreciation, that's a really big challenge, especially if you saw the graph before. Well, if you bought something in 2005 and you're saying, I'm going to only bank on appreciation, you wouldn't be able to sell that asset for what you bought it for until like 2021. So that's a long time of banking on in not every market, but on a lot of markets, in most markets in 2005 and six, right? So that's a lot of time of waiting for just to break even without any cash flow. So for me, if I'm buying a property, it's got to pay me monthly and long term too. It's got to do both. So I'm cherry picking the best deals, and we're going to go over how I even analyze these deals, where we find them, where you can find them. I'm diving into all of that. But this is really what we're looking at. So I do this virtually. I am really looking at a lot of Tennessee because I think Nashville is going to take a little bit of a dip, but I do believe that's still going to do very well there. My parents moved to Tennessee. A lot of people like it. There's no state income tax there. So even if it has a pullback now because of it being a state where it's got fair weather, it's still a lot less expensive than Florida. A lot of people move to Florida and then they realize they don't love it here, and we call those halfbacks, where they move halfway back up north. That usually goes to the Carolinas and Tennessee, a lot of that. So I believe it's still going to do well there. Two of the states that I really like, which is going to be North Carolina, South Carolina. I like them both. They just outlawed wholesaling in South Carolina. Um, I know I have some friends who are saying there's certain loopholes around that, but it sounds like to me you actually have to buy it because you can't even share that deal unless you own it. I can't even see. So I see Jenny in here. Good to see you. But if I got a deal under contract in South Carolina, I said, "Hey Jenny, I got this deal under contract, and if you want to buy it from me, I'll $10,000 assignment fee." And Jenny says, "Sure." Me even just telling her about the deal, I'm trying to assign it to her, they say is illegal. Pretty wild stuff. So what does that mean? A lot of wholesalers are going to be not doing as much business there. You can double close. I could buy it, close on it, and then after I own it, start showing it. Um, so they're making it a little bit more of a challenge there from what I've heard. And I was on a show with Jerry Norton and Brent Daniels and Jameel Damji. I was in Phoenix, and this is the topic that we were going live for like 2 hours talking about it. And Jerry Norton, who was really big on there, and how they did it, and even how Steve Trang was part of that legislation. And I met with Steve right after and I had the conversation about it. Um, so what is that going to do? I believe it's going to have a lot of investors um, who maybe don't have that wholesale connection. I believe there's a lot of jobs, a lot of industry, and the state tax in both of these are pretty awesome. So these are the things I look for where I'm going to like to invest in. Do we have any other cities, Abby, or states? You said South Carolina and New York.
Wisconsin was one too people wanted to see. Memphis,
Okay,
Tennessee, Savannah, Georgia.
there we go. So overall, you're going to have different counties in South Carolina, but Charleston, my mother-in-law lives up here. It's um I love it. I think it's always going to do well there. So Savannah, Georgia, right? So they're giving it overall of a 50 score. The home price forecast, you can see where it took really a pretty big spike, right? But now you're actually right back to the overall average there. So can it dip a little bit below average? It could, but it looks like you're right about what it used to be. Home values, let's see. Oh, you're still high. You're still high. So just know when you're buying things at an all-time high, they could always go up, but the likelihood of that happening overvalued. Let's see what they say. So is it a pretty strong market still in Savannah? It looks like it. It looks like it's popping off still. 5 year, year-over-year growth. So it looks like you're starting to take a little bit of a downturn right here. Not much, but it's starting to see something. Hmm. Here's the So here's the other thing I look at too, your for sale inventory. So right now, your baseline, you're about your average for a healthy market of how many homes should be on the market. You could see there was a low amount of inventory before COVID. There was a higher amount of inventory. And then COVID happens and then interest rates went down. Everybody was buying, moving. There was a really low amount of inventory. You're heading back up in inventory now, but you're still about your average. And so for sale inventory is one thing that I look at too, because when I start going to other cities, I'll give you the example. So Tampa is now beyond what it was like pre-COVID, just slightly over that now. So shortage of inventory, and it's not even at the average mark. It's significantly higher than average right now with the amount of inventory. And if this continues to go this trend, that's where you can start to see that downward pressure, a lot of inventory, not as many buyers, and you could start seeing that could cause some issues. Wisconsin is one of these places, though. It's pretty interesting because you still have some pockets. Like I have a friend in Green Bay. He was like, there's no inventory right now. He's like, it's so hard to find a property. So current inventory in the Green Bay market pre-COVID was pretty high. It was heading down, right? You could already see pre-COVID, and then COVID just, I mean, knocked it right down, and it still hasn't rebounded to above average yet. So what does below average inventory mean? That means there's going to be not a lot of houses. Low inventory keeps prices pretty strong. That would be a market I would consider doing like fix and flips in. St. Paul starting to get back up there though. You're still below average. Like I said, Tampa is above what the height was back here. So you can see many of these are still pretty low inventory. And this is what's funny about here. Rochester, New York, you're still well below average. And this is what keeps these prices strong and houses selling quickly and over asking. So these are where that's why I'm still doing fix and flips there. Buffalo, same thing. They're starting to get back up there again. You look at Boston, it's well under the average. And I know that market's still really strong. You get Charlotte, they're starting to go above average, slowing down there a little bit. So guys, when I talk about how I sit here and geek out on this is what helps me formulate my plan for places I love for 2025. And when I do find deals there or leads there, because I get brought leads in many different ways. I get them from Facebook marketing. I get them from other investors that know that this is what we do. Hey, Joe, take a look at this deal. And we get them all over the country. So this is why I like the software, is because it's going to help me get a really good gauge on what's going on there. So here's the Dallas, Texas market. For sale inventory, guys, is way above average and it's considerably higher than what it was pre-COVID pandemic, right? So it's right now the highest it's been in a quite a long time. So when you start seeing these dark, dark red places, let's look at your Cleveland market. Yep, you're over average there too. Okay, so that's what I didn't go over. Now I'm going to pull up a deal. Let me pull the address for it real quick. Do we have any other questions on that, Abby?
Doesn't seem like there's any other questions. We had some people who wanted to do Ohio,
All
a
right, let's
couple
do that
other
real quick.
places, but
Yeah.
um,
So let's look at Ohio. Let me zoom in there a little bit more. Okay, so once again, we just looked at Cleveland a second ago. Same thing with Columbus. Now you're above your average, but you're still not at pre-COVID levels. But when I see things like this starting to happen, so it bounced off and it's like there were some cities where it was still flat and low. That market is going to be a little bit stronger. This is showing me signs that with swelling inventory, that it's starting to have a little bit of a softening in that market. This is what I'm looking at. And it comes down to two things, days on market and houses on of inventory. But you could find some of these little smaller areas. This is what I mean. Not a lot to begin with. But since COVID happened, it has been super low for a long time. So if this is a market you're going to find deals in, I would feel comfortable buying a seller finance deal here. In Ohio, it's probably not very expensive. I could probably cash flow a few bucks. There's no inventory in this town, so my value will, I feel like it will stay strong and it's not going to take a big drop like some other markets might. So when I'm looking at these creative deals and wholesale deals, this is what I look at. You've got Cincinnati. You're still lower than average, but you're creeping back up. Yeah, you could see some of these markets are still well under average. It's got 39 houses active on the market right now, right? So all around PA, unless you go around the bigger cities, some of these smaller towns are a little bit of a gold mine. And you said what other state have there's somewhere out west?
So sorry, I was muted. We have a couple other, we also have two questions
Yeah.
about this. So let me start with those and then we can go into there's a couple other places. So one, does this, Ryan is asking, does this also factor in migration trends? It seems like many of the regions where people are moving out from as red and vice versa.
So here's what we could do. We could look at that. Uh, so this goes over population. There's one where it shows the migration. Oh yeah, here's the building permits one. This is what I found to be really interesting too, and we'll get to that. So your building permits for how many properties they're building down here. This is what I also think softens the market a little bit because if these builders have already planned on building these houses, the money's already allotted for building them. They've already got everything in place, and it takes years to get that. Um, they're building these houses regardless. And what's happening in Florida is when you're building a new house, you're getting $10,000 towards closing costs, and then there were some of them that are doing a fixed rate of 4.8 for 30 years. They're buying down the rate for you. So if you're, and they're listing them super low. So they're selling quick out of the bunch because of there's such a high amount of inventory. Some of these other states like we were looking at, here there's 1,500 for the whole county. It's a huge county, right? But my migration one is under demographics. Yeah, here's the other one too. Oh yeah, migration. So migration here, and this is your what? Okay, I just don't know the time length of when that was happening. But you could see a lot of folks are leaving upstate New York. And it's kind of interesting. A lot of people, we've helped them move down south. Albany actually has a positive migration of 1,300 people, which is kind of interesting. You can see Florida's been, we were part of that, but you can see Florida's had a lot of migration. You can see what places are people are moving out of. And the interesting thing is you'll see like places like California, Louisiana, right? New York, Illinois area, a little bit of here. And the biggest migration areas you could see is you start getting onto Las Vegas, Arizona. You go to Arizona and everybody's driving, license plates from all over the place. You get the Carolinas, Florida, right? So you get a lot of people moving from these northern states, usually a lot of times to avoid the cold. You get some people leaving California because of affordability. It is just so expensive to live in California. And you can get so much more of a house if you just move to, I know Idaho is a big place where you get a lot of folks that move to, and then Phoenix, Arizona, and then, I mean, a lot to Florida too. So the migration is the one thing I always like to pay a lot of attention to. Um, Rent as percentage of income. So this is one thing though I really look at is what's the average household income and then what are the rents there? When you're in red, that means they have a very high ratio. The rent is super high to live in these places, which we already know Los Angeles and California is like that. Arizona's obviously a little high for the income average, right? That's what they're going by. Florida is very unaffordable. So where are places where they are affordable? The Midwest, like Iowa, right? Wisconsin. You can get paid well and have somewhere affordable to live. Upstate New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, same thing. Even down south, you get a little bit more. It's still affordable. And this is where you're going to start seeing people talk about affordable housing all the time. I think as the future goes on, more jobs will be done by home. Um, and if that is the case, people could don't have to live in these congested cities where they're unaffordable and they can start moving to some of these other pockets where it is quality of life is good and they're more affordable. So long-term holds for me, once again, I love Indiana. I like Ohio. I like the Carolinas, even though they're starting to get a little bit up there. For long-term holds, for sure, those are some of my favorite spots. Um, vacant vacancy rate. Yeah. So you're also going to see a lot of people who've got vacant houses. They could be second homes, things like that. So some counties, and you could see where the people live in Florida and where they have a second home in Florida. The people live here. There's a very low vacancy rate, and even with Disney being there, it's still pretty low, right? You start getting towards the coast, there's an 18% vacancy rate. These are usually 26% in Punta Gorda. So what does that mean? One out of four houses are usually like empty part of the year. You get down to Naples, Florida, 32%. These are all them snowbirds who live up north who come down here in the wintertime. That's what that is, right? And so you see these are same thing here. You start getting into the panhandle a little bit more. So you could see where people usually have a second home. And I will tell you, if markets start to crash or things start to happen, sometimes their part of the retirement is in that home, right? And sometimes families start selling off these assets. So what does that mean? There's some houses down here where guess what? Taxes went up, insurance went up, and it's sitting there empty. And the family might be thinking maybe now's the time to sell. And there's all these houses in the market. So once again, these are still markets where I pay close attention to that. But vacancy rates, that's really important. Home value to rent ratio is the last one I'm going to do. And then we're going to start getting into some case studies. We got Lexi coming on in a few minutes, don't we?
Yep, she's coming on in 6 minutes.
Yay. You guys are going to get to see Lexi. She's our full-time acquisition manager. She's going to be on in 6 minutes with us. If you've got questions for her, she's incredible. Lexi came to us 2.5 years ago on care.com. My wife found her because she's from Ohio and moved down to Florida because that was her dream after she graduated college. Girl graduates, moves to Florida, doesn't even have a job yet. Her boyfriend does. And so Jen finds her because we were going to go on a date night, and we moved here not too far before that, and we didn't know anybody. So we found Lexi. Jen told me you're going to absolutely love her. She's great. I think we should try hiring her for our real estate team. So she comes over, we meet her. She looks just like she crosses all the T's and dots the I's. She's sweet. She's always smiling. She smiles even when she talks on the phone. She just has that projection of her voice. And so I asked her, is she looking for a job or hiring? Does she know anything about real estate? And she's like, nope. I was like, perfect. Blank slate. I'm gonna teach you how to do this stuff. And so she's the one that calls all of her sellers. I really don't have it in a long time. She does. She's the one that's looking at the deals. She's the one that writes them up for us. She's the one that does all of these things for us. So she's going to come on. We're going to talk about like what her days are like and leads and lead flow and all these things. So she's going to be on a little bit. Then I have got somebody who is a good friend of mine. He's a wholesaler. He does a seven-figure a year business. We JV on a lot of deals together. He's in Tampa. He is 29 years old, guys, and he's been self-employed pretty much his whole life. And I'm going to kind of talk about what's it like to have that kind of business. He has a very lean team, only him and a few people, and does well over 1 million a year in wholesaling. And for a young man his age to live his life, because I will call him on a Monday and I'm like, hey, what are you doing? He's like, I am golfing. I'm like, good for you. So he's definitely living the life. So he's going to be on today. What time is Nick coming on, Abby?
He should be here 1:30.
So we're gonna have Nick on at 1:30 to kind of talk about what that's like too. So Lexi's really been the one that helps us do some wholesaling deals and a lot of creative finance deals. That's her wheelhouse. She's always talking about, can we buy it on terms, which I absolutely love. Um, where was I? Home value to rent ratio. So this is going to go over once again the home values versus what you can get for annual rent in the area. It gives it a ratio. So you're going to find where some places you can buy a home and it rents really well and make some money, and you'll find some others that really just are a little bit more of a challenge. Like Wisconsin, for an example, you could buy a house, home values at 409. You're not collecting much for rent. right? So finding the deals there that do cash flow could be a little tricky. Housing market's really hot right there, and rents aren't a lot. But you'll see like Pittsburgh's a great city for buying some homes, and you can rent them out and make some money there. And this number is starting to get lighter in Florida because rents are kind of dropping here in Florida right now. I'm going to pull up property. When I say there are sometimes the best deals you do are the deals that you don't make. So I'm going to talk about one right now. So here's a perfect example of a deal. Farm, Bradenton, Florida. Can you guys all see this? Zillow. Okay. So here's a house. Holy cow. They took it off the market. They must have just done that. Oh yeah, they did. They just took it off the market because it was listed for sale. Holy cow. Okay. So this house right here is Rose Hills Farm. Um, this is in Bradenton, Florida. It's in the Lakewood Ranch area. Very nice area. Nice houses. This house is a single family home built in 2017. It's got an HOA of $111 a month. It's a 4 bedroom, 3 bathroom. It's 2,200 square foot house. I'm gonna show the pictures of it. It's got the solar panels. It's got the bigger garage, which is nice. It's a beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood. Neighbors are a little tight, but hey, right? It's a nice house. Got the fenced in backyard. No pool. Sad. But it's on the water. The view of the back, I'm gonna break it to you. People in Florida, they call these lakes. I call them ponds from upstate New York. So to me, that's a big pond, but they say you're on a lake front. But it's got the clubhouse. This is the home itself. Here's the clubhouse. I mean, 5 houses down with the tennis courts, basketball courts, the pool, and all the facilities. That's your HOA for 111 bucks a month. You get all of that. Playground for the kiddos. So nothing wrong with the house. I think these are the old pictures before they painted it. So I'm going to go over what happened here at Rose Hill Farm and why all deals aren't great deals, even creative finance. So these people have I think it's a 3.6 interest rate, which excites me. So this house, and let's go back to the history of it. This house was built in 2017. The original owners bought it for 345. 4 years later, it went up 80% in value when it sold at 620. I think the Florida average is like 5. This was doing 20% a year for 4 years straight. You can see that was a pretty big spike. So they buy it in 2021, December. They own the house for like 13 months, 14 months, and then they put it on the market for a 37% increase at 850. They dropped it to 840. I found this house on the market back here. It was 840. I talked to the agent. I said, "Hey, I saw these people just bought this house and they're selling it quickly. Why? What's going on?" She says to me, they moved to like the St. Pete area because it was a 2 hour drive each way for this guy and he didn't want to do that. And they've already bought the house and they've already moved into it and they're living there. So now it's time to sell this house because it's empty. I said, "Is there anything wrong with the house?" She's like, "Not a thing. The house is perfect. They just want to be closer to his job because the drive every day was like way too much." I said, "Okay, well, if I were to buy it, I would buy it if they'd be open to terms, which means I could buy it. I'm going to close on it. I'll take ownership of it. The existing loan will stay in the place because I can take advantage of that 3.6 interest rate and that really low payment." And she says, "Absolutely not. This house is going to sell right away. There's no way this house isn't going to sell. They'll never take that." I said, "Patty, that was the agent's name at the time. Can you bring this offer to your sellers?" And she said, "Absolutely not. It's not even worth considering." And she was extremely rude to the point where like I would call her in front of Laxi or on live seller calls. Some of these you guys might have even heard because I was doing them live, some of these calls. And she was just like, "Click, how dare you call me with a seller financing offer?" She's been doing it since dinosaurs were eggs, is what she told me. And I believe her from just listening to her, but she was very hostile and customer service was lacking. So I waited patiently on the sidelines. Well, now the price goes to 820, 890, or I'm sorry, 790. 780. I've called her probably around July. Call her around July, equally as hostile. Doesn't remember who I was, but she's equally hostile to everybody who calls her about this house. If you're going to offer her terms, my guess is she probably gets a lot of those phone calls because this house is sitting in the market and it's a beautiful house and it's now empty. She says, absolutely not. This house is still going to sell for 800,000. There's no way they would ever consider doing terms. Um, Around the 750 price, I spoke with her again. I said, Patty, I saw you did another price drop. I'd be interested in submitting an offer. I was tired of her just not wanting to bring an offer. She's like, okay, what would you do? I said, I'll buy it for 750 or 740. She said, okay, how much money down? I said, I don't know. I typically buy with no money down. Well, she's like, you're going to need 56,000 to cover her commission. I said, well, maybe you have some flexibility on that. She's like, absolutely not. I have no flexibility on my commission. And I was like, okay. So we legitimately write up the deal, and she says she's going to bring it to the seller. And then she tells me that she did, and they said no, they weren't interested. I said, okay, no harm, no foul, Patty. I'll keep watching. Well, so Patty gets fired a few months later. They bring on a new agent. Her name is Laura. Laura's actually fantastic. I mean, completely fantastic. So they bring her on. I'm calling around here. She says, yes, they would probably be open to doing something like terms because now they've been making this $3,900 payment for now over a year while their house is sitting there vacant. That's right. 44,000 a month. You're spending almost 40 something thousand on a vacant house plus utilities to keep the lights on and the AC on, right? So that's a hefty bill in the summer, let me just tell you. So she said, yes, they would be open to terms, but the only challenge is they listed it for rent once before. I don't see it here at 3,500, and nobody even wanted to rent the place for 3,500. No, their payment because of the HOA is 3,900. So there is legitimately no cash flow. It's actually negative cash flow. So what did they try to do? They tried to rent it for less than their payment. It didn't rent. They've been trying to sell it. They dropped it down recently to 624. It's back for rent now. I don't know why it says removed because this just happened today. But just as yesterday, it was still listed at 624, which is now under what they bought it for, or right at what they bought it for 2 years ago, and nobody was buying it at that. So these folks are going to lose money on the sale of this house. And while they've been waiting to do that, you can see it's been on the market now for 2 years. So between the payments of $4,000 a month and between the utilities, they've spent $100,000 on this house that's been vacant, plus the new house that they're living in. And the reason why they also moved is because the wife just had a new baby and she's staying at home with the kids. And the first agent told me that they're really struggling to make all these payments because they have the new baby, they've got the new house, plus the old house while it's vacant. So when Krabby Patty wouldn't bring my offer, to the sellers, sometimes that looks like to me she's doing a real disservice. And maybe she did bring it to him at one point. Says, "You don't want to do this, do you? Do you, Abby? I didn't think you would want to, but I just figured, there's somebody who wants to do it, but I don't think it's a good idea." And they're like, "Oh yeah, probably not, right?" And they move on. You get with the right agent, and she's like, "Yeah, they would totally do that. Let's go." And then I start doing my due diligence and find out we can't. So if you're going to be finding deals, markets are going to be lowering. Having the right people around you make all of the difference. But here's the one thing we focus on, and we could bring and Lexi on because I think we're running a little bit late for Lexi. Lexi, are you here? I
She's
don't
here.
know.
I just got to ask her to unmute real quick.
Okay. Oh, there
Okay.
she is. I think you have to, Abby.
Hello.
Oh, there you go.
How are you guys?
Awesome. How are you?
Awesome.
I was just showing Rose Hill Farm. It actually is now off the market, um,
Hmm.
starting today. And the one thing that we were talking about just now was motivated sellers, right? These are one of the things that we focus on. So everybody, if you don't know, this is Lexi. Lexi, this is everybody. We got a full house today, so it's pretty exciting.
Hi guys. That's
So for some of you who don't know, I kind of give them a brief, but how long have you been working with us now?
maybe just a little bit over 2 years, I'm thinking at this time.
Hmm.
Um, But yeah, I started with Jen and Joe probably about 2 years ago, maybe give or take a little. And I had zero real estate experience when I jumped in. So everything was brand spanking new to me. I had barely even played around with Zillow when I started. So it's definitely been a fun ride, learning the ropes of everything and how it all works.
So what we were just talking about, thank you for hopping in here today, was about motivated sellers. And I would think this is one of the things I had my biggest challenge with. And I think anybody starting off, it's some of our biggest challenges, right? Like, how do I generate leads? And I'm going to go over that today, how you guys get incoming leads, not cold calling, not knocking on doors, not driving for dollars, but people reaching out to you with an incoming lead for free without spending any money. And this works everywhere. But now part of the process is, right, we have to find out who's the unmotivated people and the motivated people, right? And I think that's where we need to spend a lot of our time. And I just want to kind of touch on that because, like, I know we've got a lot of them in our CRM, and I know you're making a ton of calls. So, based on your experience and the thousands of calls that you've made over the last few years, I just want you to kind of touch base on the difference between the two and why it's important to stick with the motivated people, um,
Mhm.
and not waste your time with the wrong folks, right?
Definitely. For one, too, I'd say to start off, it's always about asking the right questions to your sellers and making sure that you're asking them the right questions in general. And so I know that when I'm talking with a seller, I want to figure out what's going on, what's their situation look like. And so we always start off, why are you selling? How soon do you want to sell? The main questions, which really are going to give us a lot of insight on, is this somebody that is maybe just looking for offers from 15 different people to see what the value of their property is? Or is this somebody that's in a situation that needs to sell? Maybe they've already moved out of the property, but until you ask those correct questions, you don't exactly know what's happening there. Um, and so, really, too, just being able to be a good listener on top of asking those questions so that you can really gauge the level of this person. Are they wanting to sell tomorrow or yesterday? Or are they needing to sell in 3 years and maybe they just kind of want an idea of the price? And really being able to motivate or to figure out that motivation is going to save you guys all so much time. Because if you're talking to the person that doesn't want to sell for another 3 years, and maybe we are asking them all the right questions, but we're not getting the right answers back because they're not ready for that step just yet. Versus somebody that is ready to sell today and they've already moved out of the property. What I have found is in asking them those questions, they're going to give you all the answers that you want to hear, and they're going to make it easy most of the time.
Bam. Well, and I think you just hit it right on the head. You know what? You're getting it now. I'm ringing the victory bell. Okay. Okay, sorry if you're listening with headphones on, you just went deaf, but I mean, that's ex and Christian's looking at me like I've got headphones on. Apologize, but you know what? That's what it's about. It's about spending the most amount of your time with probably the fewest amount of your leads, but they're the most motivated people, right?
Mhm.
They're the ones that have a situation going on. And I think this is the challenge for anybody when you're first starting out. I know when I did, I'm trying to squeeze a stone and trying to turn it into lemonade. And as hard as I squeeze the stone, it don't matter. Lemonade's not coming out of it. And I was just dealing with the wrong people, right? And so there were so many times where I'm talking with the seller and they're like, just give me a number. I haven't seen even a picture of your house. I don't, sometimes, and Lexi could attest to this, they'll tell us they want a price for their home and they won't even give us the address. They'll give us a zip code. What's the average price you're willing to pay for a property in this zip code? I'm like, zero, because you're not motivated if you're not willing to tell me your address, right? Because here's what we devised. We actually came up with a chart to help it easier for not even Lexi. It was really our virtual assistants, our VAs. Now, when somebody reaches out to us, we have somebody who asks some of these preliminary questions and then turns it over to Lexi. So now she can make a decision. Are they motivated or not? But what was happening was our virtual assistants, they were booking Lexi on everybody that finished the script. Everybody that answered the questions, they're like, good. So the guy who's like, I'm not giving you my address. I'm not even planning to sell. I just think you're a scam. It'd be like Lexi's 1:30 call, right? And we're like, we got to stop doing that.
Right.
Um, so what we started focusing on is creating a list, a scale. of 1 to 10 motivation. Okay, 10 are the people who are like, hey, come take my house. And then one is like, you're a scam. Why are you even, I can't believe I even clicked on your button. How dare you have a button? Right. So now I think at the people on Rose Hill Farm. Let's look at the house that we just talked about. When they bought it for 620 and they immediately listed it on the market for sale at 850, their motivation scale probably wasn't terribly high, right? They just listed it. The agent says it's going to sell right away and everything's going to be great. And oh, you're going to make all this money. They're probably excited. If I hit them with the seller finance offer in the first week, they're going to be like, no, motivation scale so low. But right. But here's why follow-up is key. And we're going to go over a deal that we just did that we're doing in the middle of it right now. But follow-up is key because that motivation, maybe they started off at a 3, really low motivation, not really forthcoming on information, right? But now you follow up with them and you can start to see them go up the scale. I bet you right now they're a 10 on motivation. They've been spending $100,000 on that house for the last 2 years between the taxes, the insurance, the HOA, and their mortgage payment, the utilities, the house is sitting there vacant. It has cost them that much money. And it's been vacant for 2 years. And I don't know if any of you have ever owned a real estate where it's been sitting vacant for a long time, but houses do not do well when they're vacant. They just don't. Okay. So you got to be there for all these little things. So their scales will change over time. And we're going to talk about what's the deal that we just did in um, upstate New York.
Mm-hmm.
Soda's Point.
But yes. So, or I was thinking of a different one. I was thinking the one that we just got this week. Is that different? Let me double
No,
check.
that's a different one. That's a different one. That's one in the
Okay.
city. That's a wholesale deal. We'll talk about wholesale deals, but I'm telling you, Lexi is on fire, guys. The one that we did in Soda's Point, we had a seller reach out to us in July of 2023.
Mhm.
She's elder. She's got a house that she does not want to list on the market. It needs a roof. She would only send one picture of the house, which was the inside of like the kitchen and just like the countertop, and it just had stuff on it. And I had to make our whole decision based on that one picture. But the one picture said everything. When you got all that stuff there, I'm guessing it looks like they're the older countertops, big pile of stuff there. I'm imagining the rest of the house looks the same. I'm guessing the bathroom looks the same. I'm guessing the kitchen looks the same. I'm guessing the wallpaper is there, right? This is what I'm thinking is going on there because I could just assume from doing this enough. But the seller says, Joe, I'll sell you the house. I'm open to terms. But then what happened? Did she go in the hospital and then get sick a few times? What was her first name? Do you remember?
Yep, her name's Joanne. And so she's an older lady. She's been looking to sell, but she doesn't really have any family around her. So she's kind of on her own with this big property that is too large for her to continue maintaining. And on top of that, she was having some health issues where she was in and out of surgery and rehab and just really struggling to get ahead, essentially.
So she's overwhelmed. She wants to sell the house. So when we told her that we would buy it, we'd buy it as is. She wants, I mean, a fair dollar for the house. It's not some lowball offer. Okay. And this is where I love creative finance, guys, is because when I'm buying cash, I have to make the numbers work as far as that low offer that I'm going to buy it low. I'm going to either wholesale it or I'm going to remodel it and sell it for higher and then make a profit. Right. And that's a great business model. But Joanne wasn't playing that. She's like, this isn't a junker. It needs some work, but this is not like some thing, right? So what we agreed on was we still got a great deal on the house itself. We got a good discount on it, but we're buying it with $100 down. She's got a home equity line of credit against the house that's about, with taxes and insurance, I think it's a $900 payment. The house will probably rent for, I would imagine, 1700 to 1800 range. It's got a humongous commercial style garage in the back. It does need a roof, and I'm sure the inside's going to need some love too. I just don't know to what extent. We're getting in there. Our contractor drove out there, but she's a little hesitant of letting people in the house even because I think she's a little bit of ashamed of the condition. So there are many times, guys, where they don't want to sell in the market for whatever reason, right? So, but these deals are out there everywhere in abundance. Even in some of these hot markets, we're writing up cash deals still, and we're looking for a lot of these creative deals. And that's just a good example of follow-up and why important and how important follow-up is. So what were your some of your keys to success? If you're listening to this, like I know we talk about follow-up, but when you got somebody that's a motivated seller and you've kind of sorted out the unmotivated sellers, what are some of your practices and things you do for somebody who's just maybe just getting started, or maybe they've started doing this, but what are the things that you like to do for follow-up?
Overall, I mean, when I know I have somebody where the numbers make sense overall, it could be a really awesome deal. And maybe they're just not there quite yet on the offer. I'm sticking on these people just about every single day. If not every day, maybe every other day, but I am staying so close to them. And with something like that too, it's really huge to try to build a relationship. Um, what are you offering and how is that going to provide value to your seller? And then how can you really continue to explain that to them and check in on them? I know with Joanne, for instance, that was something where initially I called and she wasn't ready to move forward. And then a couple months later, we're continuing to talk. And then finally, her motivation was there. She was ready to sell. She had found a home that she wanted to move into, which for her was really the biggest thing that was holding her back initially, I had found out. Um, and so once we were able to get to those points and really build that relationship with each other, when she was actually ready to sell, she made it easy to even come to me. Hey, Lexi, I want to close. Let's do this now. And so I think really just keeping that initially, like she knew I was there for her. I knew that she was wanting to sell. And it was just a matter of let's get that motivation from a level 9 to a level 10. And it works. So if you keep on these leads, eventually they're going to be at that point where they're ready and they already know you. You've built rapport with them. They're ready for it.
Yep. And that's a great point. You built the rapport. You're not being pushy. You're just asking, is now the time?
Mhm.
Right? I know that we're close to the deal, and I'm here for you. So if now is not the time, like let's figure out what this is going to look like and how we can proceed. But a year and a half, guys, a follow-up to where now she wants to close. When does she want to close on that house now?
By March. That's when
Okay.
she can move into the new home.
Yay. So creating some wins. So the fortune is in the follow-up. And one of my favorite stories of all time is one of my clients had a lead. The guy said, yes, I will do the deal. He said, great, I'm in. He goes and does the purchase and sale agreement, calls him. The guy doesn't answer. I have a client that called this guy. He was like, every week, I put it on my calendar. I'm going to call him at least once or twice every week. It was like a year later of text messages and phone calls. A year. I know most of us would not do that consistently for a year. He's like, I put it on my calendar, right? There's just no getting away from it. And so what happened was the guy finally answers his phone. He's like, "What do you want?" Like answered like that. And he's like, "Well, I know we talked about buying your house a year ago and you said yes to the deal. I'm just ready to get this process started." He's like, "Okay, fine. I just been busy." And they did the deal, guys. So, um, Mike is his name. He's a little bit more like he's nuts, but like just call the guy. I can't imagine being ghosted for a year and call anybody repeatedly like that, but he did. And these were some of these things. So it's to me, it's like if you find the right deal and the seller says yes, like let's go, it's go time, right? And sometimes they just need whatever time, whatever they were going through. So um I definitely think that Lexi puts a little bit more sweetness to it, right? So there's like the hammer or there's the whatever, but you definitely make it nice, and the people really like you. And I think that was a big thing that we took away in Tampa yesterday, in St. Pete, actually. We had a meetup with some of our clients, and Lexi was there. And after that was over, we had our support call for our coaching group last night, and Ryan was on the call. I was like, so Ryan, what did you take away from Lexi and being around us and seeing how she works and how she's talking to sellers while we're over here on deals? You know what he said? Which I absolutely was like, yup. He was like, Lexi is always smiling when she's on the phone, and you could hear the smile through her voice when she's talking to the seller. And he was like, and you could without a doubt know that you're talking with somebody who is really nice. They're well informed of what they're doing, and they're just here to, how can I help you? You came from a servant's heart. Like we're trying to help the seller. They have a real estate problem. They don't want to do it the traditional route of listening with a realtor. That's why they reached out to us. We've identified that they're motivated, and like we care. We care about the seller. And I don't have to get some humongous discount on the house. I can buy it for a good price if I can get some great terms on it, right? And then if we do deals like that, the seller walks away saying, I got my price. I walk away saying, she's happy and I got my terms,
Mhm.
right? And if you could focus on just doing that and serving these people and helping them, because some of these people are just in a jam. And sometimes it could be financially, sometimes it could be for medical reasons, sometimes it could be for a loss of a spouse or a job transfer. And sometimes you don't really kind of know what they're going through. And there's many times that I've talked to somebody and I mean, they start crying on the phone and it gets to be like it hits you in the heartstrings. So the fact that I don't have to be like, well, I'm so sorry for your situation, but I need you to buy your house for 50 cents on the dollar, and they'll never do that anyways because it's a beautiful house. Like, how can we really truly help these people? And this is why when I learned about doing terms and creative finance from Ron the Grand back in 2016, because I've been wholesaling and I could only do those low offers before that. Then now I found out, wait a minute, all these people who have a really nice house in a nice neighborhood who want top dollar for it, I could actually do that deal, right? Because I could now do terms and buy a house with no money down and get a really low interest rate, even in today's markets, and they're happy and we're happy. It makes me feel much better about what we do as our business for sure. And I think that really resonates with you too, because it seems like we make a lot of the cash offers. We run into people who just want to give us their house at a great deal. So I want to just kind of mention that one in the city of Rochester, which is a pretty hot neighborhood. Um, a seller reached out to us recently because it's the one you just wrote up. What happened there?
Yeah, so this was a really cool story actually. So it was a husband and wife, and they're looking to sell their property, and they currently have it as a rental. And when they bought the home, they bought it with the intent to live in the property themselves. And then they found another home that was closer to their family and their kids, and it needed a bit less work than the home that they had already purchased. So they ended up unexpectedly with two properties, one that they were going to live in, and then one they were making payments on, but they're really not sure what to do. And they didn't have any previous real estate experience, so they aren't really well versed when it comes to knowing how to set up a rental or even a rent to own kind of situation. And so the seller reached out to me and she was saying she's in a tight spot. She wants to sell as soon as she can. She'll sell for what she owes on the property, even that there's tenants in place that are making the payments, but it's too much work for her and her husband to be landlords. They don't want to worry about repairs and they don't want to worry about mowing the lawn on their off day because they're still working and very busy. And so they were just ready to have a little bit less stress in their life. And so, really, from just being able to listen to that situation, we were able to put them in a situation where they're not going to have to list it on the market, wait a couple months, pay those closing costs and fees. Instead, I mean, and that is also what I would say the perfect example of a motivated seller. I asked why she's selling because it's too much. How soon? Immediately. And those are all of those things that are in the script that was shared for kind of how we gauge that motivation to show there she's a 10 on my scale. She is ready to go today and she needs to too. She really just she wants this. And that was huge to really spot. Is it something that they want and need, or is it more so something that they're thinking over?
So it's like squeezing the tube of toothpaste and it coming out versus the opposite of trying to put toothpaste back in the tube, which could be very frustrating and difficult.
Mhm.
Right? So it's working with the right person will make the tremendous help in your business, guys. So it comes down to a lead thing, right? Get yourself some leads, and we're going to talk about that again. But getting yourself leads, because if you only talk to one a week or one a month is all you get, it's not leaving you with a lot of options. So making sure that you're spending the time with the right people, I can't stress that enough. And when you ask the right questions, the seller will give you the answers and even tell you, I'm motivated or not based on their answers. They actually don't tell you if they're motivated, but their responses to some of these questions will be. And we have that stuff for you guys too. But these are the things that we want to know. The big one is like, why are you selling? Right? She told Lexi what's going on, how soon. And when they're like, yesterday, I'm like, it is time to get on the phone, right? Time to pick it up. And they're selling to us for what they owe on it. If they could just walk away and be done with this, like they're thrilled. And then I think of Amber Smith. Okay, this is the other one we wrote up, and we're closing on that deal, and we're going to do a fix and flip on it, even though I don't want to do more fix and flips. And I told Jen, we're not going to do any fix and flips in 2025. So if I said that in front of you guys, here we are, right? But this one is in upstate New York where it's a good market, low inventory still. So I did my reventure thing on it, right? And found out stuff is still selling quickly. But what was going on with Amber?
I believe with Amber, and correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but I believe that she had already moved out of this property.
You know,
And
she was the one that had the tenants that trashed it.
that's right. She had it
Okay.
rented. Mhm. Maybe you share
Well,
this one. My brain's a little foggy.
okay, but here's the issue with that is because Lexi makes probably like 10, 20, 30 calls a day at times, talking with sellers between follow-up and messages and all that. So eventually some of the things start to blend in, and I will give Lexi major props and credit because she only brings me the good stuff. So she weeds out so much of it that she's like, hey, here's a deal. Amber Smith, this is what's going on. So they stick in my head probably a little bit better because that's like all I focus on. So thank you. Shout out Lexi. But Amber Smith had the house rented. Um, Tenants move out, leave the place a complete mess. She's got a mother who is sick, who lives on 300 acres, and she's like overwhelmed by taking care of sick mom and all this land, and it's just her taking care of mom. She doesn't have the money, time, and resources to go remodel this place. And it was the same situation. She's like, I owe 54 grand on it. Give me $2,000 down at closing, and we can take over her payment. I knew it needed work. We The house was so bad when we go to put a lockbox on it, it didn't go on the door handle. So somebody put it like on the light fixture. And then like when they went to open that, that even broke off. So it's like one of these houses. So we send over a few contractors. We get a quote for 20 to 25,000 in renovations. So when I look at that deal, I could buy it on terms, 2 grand down. I could put 25,000 into it. My payment's like 618 a month, and I think it rents for 1,200 pretty conservatively. Um, But also, if I buy it for 54 plus the 2 grand and some closing costs, then put the 25 into it, I'm going to be capped out probably around your 90 grand, right? And the agents say that because there's such a shortage of houses on the market there, I could probably sell it for around 130 to 140, right? And it's affordable. It's close to a military base. So on this one, I could buy it with seller financing, do a little bit of rehab to it, put it in the market. So that's what we're going to do there. But Amber was in the same kind of issue where she just wants this headache of hers gone.
Mhm.
She wants it to be gone. So just great job there. And keep going. And it's consistent. And guys, this is what it is. It's consistency. So the thing we always loved in our office about Lexi is the day that she wrote up 2 deals in the same day. And after I said, oh my gosh, you're crushing it. You're doing amazing. That's awesome. She's like, okay, Joe, I have to go because I'm going to try to get a third deal today. Right? So attitude is everything. So having a great attitude, working with motivated sellers, guys, you can see kind of the trend that we like and what we're working for. Okay. And your attitude's everything. So if you have a good attitude, you're smiling through the phone. They're hearing that. They're picking up on that. If you just got in an argument with like somebody in traffic and you got cut off and you're all mad, don't call them right then. Stop and get yourself like a Frosty or a Starbucks or a little treat or whatever that is, and then maybe call them after, right? So your attitude is everything. Working with motivated sellers, because if you talk to 100 unmotivated people in a row, you're gonna be like, this is terrible. I hate this. But if you talk to 10 tens, oh my gosh, you're gonna be closing deals, talking and feeling like I could just sell everybody right now, right? So your audience is hugely important. But I know we had some questions. Maybe Lexi, you could help me with some of these just in case I don't know the answer. But Abby, you have a couple questions for us
Yep.
coming from the
Okay.
audience?
Yep. So Darian is asking, what is the best software to find these properties, and what is your favorite type of lead list?
Hey, Darian. Thanks for coming. So I'm going to actually pull that on Propstream. I'm going to pull a list. What I like to pull is low equity is my favorite list. So what does that mean? Low equity, they don't have much equity in their house. I know when I'm a cash buyer, the list that gets hit up the most is either free and clear or big equity because you need to be able to buy it at a big discount. I actually look at the opposite. I want the low equity. I want the people who really need to sell their house for whatever reason and they don't have much equity, right? Even if they're listed currently on the market, I could even do that. So low equity, currently listed in the market. And I'm going to do this live so everybody can see how what I do exactly. But then taking it a step further, low equity, listed on the market over 60 days that has an interest rate under 4%. You're obviously going to have a much smaller group of houses and properties to look at, right? But those are going to be the deals where if any one of these say yes, and I'm going to buy it with no money down, and it's got a 3 point something, 2 point something rate, and they've got very little to no equity, and it's listed for over 60 days and it's not sold yet, like there's going to be those deals all over the country. And I would be hunting those things down like crazy. And then I'm going to talk about how we get leads for free because you still have to get the software. And we'll drop the link for if anybody wants to check it out. They give you like a 7 day free trial. If you want to look at Propstream, Abby could drop the link down below in the chat. You can check that out. This is what we use, and I'm going to be doing it live in a few minutes. But also too is how we generate leads for free by using Facebook groups. So I'm originally from upstate New York. I started doing this in Rochester. It was the beginning of COVID. I was already running sponsored ads. I was paying like 50 bucks a day, 100 bucks a day to Meta, Facebook. And what they would do is they would get my little post and they'd post it how big the circle is I wanted to make it or small the circle. I could do a state, I could do the city, I could do it wherever I wanted to. And they would charge you X amount per day. And what I would do is the smaller the circle, the more expensive my leads were. If I paid 50 bucks a day, I might get one lead a day. But if I open the radius, there's more people inside of it. More people see my post, and then maybe I'd get two leads for 50 bucks a day, right? And we were doing that for a very long time. But then in 2020, I said, wait a minute, what if I were to use one of the similar posts, but instead of sharing it by sponsored ads, I plopped that same post into a Facebook group, like the local garage sale group that's got 25,000 people in it. So what I did was I experimented and I took my wife's iPad. I did that post into like 11 different groups. And then all of a sudden she was like screaming from the kitchen, what did I do to her Facebook? Because all of a sudden she had like all of these notifications and it was all these people like leaving addresses and sending her DMs because they had houses for sale. And then once we started doing that, I was like, holy cow. So it was the same sponsored ad. We're just now dropping into Facebook groups and getting these leads for free too. So I'm going to go over the Propstream list, but this is also the second thing we're going to dive a little bit more into as well.
All right. And then we have another question, which I bet everyone is kind of burning to know here. How do they find a Lexi to assist with their business?
Well, you got to find her on care.com. Find a babysitter because if you could trust them with your kids, you could usually trust them to make calls, right? Because you only want like the greatest, best people around your kids to watch them. And I'm going to let our secret out of the bag. I found our old dispo person from care.com. We found Lexi from care.com and our executive assistant, Philippa. Um, it wasn't care.com, but it was another babysitting thing. And Jen was like, hey, I see you're looking for babysitting jobs. And she's from Sweden and she's wonderful. She just graduated college. And you asked her, she's like, yeah, right? Because that's what she says. And she said, well, I'm also looking for a job as like, an executive or something like this in position. And said, Jen's like, oh my gosh. And then those two linked up. And then she's been working with us now for over a year. She's lives part of the time in America. Right now she's in Sweden. Even with the time change, she's like on our meeting before I was this morning. Like girl's on top of her business. So I love babysitters who have that great heart of like, I could care for your kid. I could help care for your business. That's to me, it's great. I think the big thing too, and Lexi could probably answer more on this, but the one thing I've learned a long time ago, I've always been in sales my whole life, and is the more that you could pour into your people with training and resources and holding their hand through every step of the problem or all the problems every step of the way, the more that you're going to get. So Lexi, I would say nobody had it harder than her because we've been working with clients for 4 or 5 years now and getting them to do wonderful. So we've had people no experience do deals. Abby, I mean, you got to mute your mic. I mean, Abby came to us fresh out of high school, graduated high school, like the next week was working with us. I'm gonna let the cat out of the bag. The day that she said that We moved her from acquisitions at 18 years old and 19 years old into our tech and then other management roles that we put her in. That was probably one of the saddest days ever because Abby was so good on acquisitions. It was nuts. And all she did, she just followed the process that worked. Abby has always got a good attitude. She's always in a good mood. I don't think I've ever seen her mean or grumpy or bad mood ever. And so it went through the phone, right? And you find the motivated people and you do the process. And I mean, she was lights out, but she does equally as good, if not better, in her newer roles as management and things like that. So now you've been with us for 4 years. I cannot believe it. So how do you find your own Lexi? Find it. I based it not on any experience because Lexi's first day on the job. We were talking about like what Zillow was. I'm like, it's a website for houses. It's like pull it up on that computer. And the tough part was she sat like 6 feet in front of me in a small office when we first got started, and I would do calls in front of her for how long was it before I said you're going to be doing this now?
It was a shorter period than I was initially wanting. I'll say that. I was really scared because you hear, I mean, a call always sounds so easy when you're hearing it be done, and then you go to do it, and there's definitely a lot of what feels like pressure on that. But I mean, probably within first couple of weeks, I was starting to make my own calls, um, which honestly, just being in the position to just do it and having that support from Joe of, hey, got to get on 5 calls in the next couple hours. We've got to make that happen. And so I would do it. And then every single time I made that call, my fear and anxiety went down a little bit more and more each time to now it's something where I could pick up the phone in my sleep and do a call because it really does. I mean, you get comfortable with it. You realize, okay, I don't really have much to be afraid of with talking to a seller. I'm the expert in the situation. They're just looking to sell their home and have someone that understands the situation. But I would say initially it came on soon, but it should have. I needed that initial almost fear to be relieved.
And you did a wonderful job with it because I remember like the first handful of phone calls. I'm like, you sound great. Like, here's the questions to ask. Like, we even, I think that's what builds the confidence is A, repetitive, right? Repetitive, like doing it. And then two, I know the questions to ask. And here's the one thing that I've always worked big with Lexi and any one of you listening. If a seller asks you a question, you will always know the answer no matter what. And what do I mean by that? Because you're like, there's no way, right? That's not true. Because either you're going to know the answer 100% and only 100% and give them the answer, or you're going to say, that's, you know what, that's a really good question. I'm glad that you brought that up. Let me write that down and I'm going to run that by Joe and let me get back to you with that answer. So I'm still addressing that. Like, so what is my response? Like, yeah, that is a really good question. Let me write that. I'm glad you brought it up. Like, address it, make a big deal about it, and then say, I'm going to write that down and get you your answer. So no matter what, they can't throw you a curveball that you're going to be like, oh boy, I'm in a tough spot. Either I know the answer or I don't. And you're never going to BS it. Don't ever do that because you're going to say something wrong. You're going to mess something up, right? If you don't know the answer, be happy with that. You know, you brought up a really good question, Jim. I'm glad that you brought that up. Let me write that down. I'm going to run this by Joe and I'm going to get you that answer, right?
And I've never had any pushback from a seller in saying something like that either. When you say that, I feel like it almost gives them, oh, great. Like they actually are hearing my concerns. They're going to figure out and give me the exact answer I want from that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I know this was, I'm not gonna lie, and Jen's not here, but when I was first at work at my dealership, I'm like, hey, babe, like you got to call these sellers up because I don't have a break and you're home with the kids. So when Bradley goes on his nap, like, can you call this seller? And she'd be like, are you kidding me? Right? Um, you're like, I'm like, you got to call him. I was like, hun, any questions he asks you, if you don't know the answer to it, just tell him that's a great question. You don't know, you're gonna write it down. You'll get with me on there. And she was like, so she's like, I don't ever feel dumb if I don't know the answer. I just write it down and ask you later on. So um, don't feel anxious that we don't know how to answer their questions. And that is such a high anxiety that it paralyzes you from picking up the phone. Don't let those things get in your way of stopping you because this is solely a numbers game. The neat thing about the way we do it, this is why I love using Facebook, is because in the beginning, When I'm asking the initial questions, we do that right over Messenger. I don't even have to even talk to them on the phone. So by the time I've collected enough information, I know motivation, I know what's going on. I can even tell by the responses if they're a little short or if they're super like telling you everything or if they're a little grumpy, right? And I know that before I even have to pick up the phone with any one of them. And I think this is what helps really spend your time, especially with Lexi, is if you're going to pick up the phone, I'm talking to a motivated seller who, it has a real estate problem. And from the looks of things, they want to sell it yesterday. That's the one I'm going to call. The one that doesn't want to tell you the address, the one doesn't, I'm not even thinking of selling. I just want to know what my house is worth. And maybe they give you the address and they're really short and mean about it. Like, and they're super not unmotivated. I want to spend as little time as humanly possible with those people. I don't even want Lexi calling them because the problem is there's a lot of people out there who actually really do need our help, who are really in a jam. And I want us to find those people and spend all of our time helping those people and not somebody who's just grumpy and just wants to waste your time. So time efficiency is key for what we do. We don't have unlimited time. I can't have Lexi on the phone with level 1 and 2 motivation all day long. I need her on the phone with sevens, eights, nines, and tens. And that's what I want her focusing her time. I want her with the most motivated people. We manually or automation will follow up and we do automation. But if you don't have that, put reminders on your phones, however you're going to do it. Maybe Monday's the day I follow up with all the people. I'm just sending them all messages, right? And then if they sense a motivation change and they've went from a 4 to a 9, there's the time where we're picking up the phone. Great questions. You got any more for us, Abby? Probably have a couple more in there.
Yeah, Jenny is saying kind of more on that topic of Facebook groups. So I have a question about the Facebook groups. Do you have a process/system to prime the Facebook groups prior to posting your blue post, or a way to make it easier process to manage on a daily basis? And maybe even just give some more context to what the blue post even is.
Yeah, so those are some great things going on there. So if some of you have heard this before, maybe some of you haven't, I will tell you, we were interviewed on Bigger Pockets the first time, and I talked about this blue post, and they're like, what are you talking about? And I explained it to them, and then from just telling everybody how this works, I had so many like the most amazing, most kindest messages of like, I use that, and I'm getting all these leads. Oh my gosh, this works. People found in our coaching group last night. I don't know if Ryan is on here or not, but they live in a part of New York where he was like, we were trying for over a year to buy a house. We were putting in offers for over asking and we were always outbid and it was frustrating. It was like almost 2 years of them not finding a house. So they started posting the blue ad in this one small little town that they wanted to live in, and a seller reaches out to them. And not only did they buy it directly from the seller, they got an amazing deal and they've now owned it for just a little over a year. And they said if they get it, once they get it reappraised, she's like, they bought it for probably 100,000 under value in a market where everything was going for well over asking. She was like, we would have never been able to afford the house if it wasn't for this. So it works really well. So the blue ad, I'm going to tell everybody what it is, the right way to get into the Facebook groups, and then how to post it. So if you're going to take some notes, now's the time. The blue post, I go into a Facebook group under my normal Facebook page, Joe Delafave. I'm going to go to any area of the city or state that I'm looking for. So if I'm looking for Orlando, Florida, Facebook has a search bar. I'm going to type in Orlando, Florida. I'm going to hit search. It's going to give me all these options. I could pick people named Orlando, pages named Orlando, or groups. I'm going to click groups. Once I click groups, there's going to be a whole list of all of the groups that are in Orlando, Florida. All of them that have probably 10,000 people and up. I'm going to join them. It could be moving to Orlando. It could be garage sale, yard sale, Orlando. Um, it could be I Love Disney, Orlando, that's got 108,000 people in it. I don't care. I'm joining all of them that have over 10,000 people in them based in Orlando. It could be Orlando singles looking for Orlando singles. Well, guess what? Maybe somebody gets hitched up and now they got an extra house, right? Have that happen. It happened to me and Jen. She had her own house. I had my own house. She moves in with me. Next thing you know, we got an extra house. So that stuff really does happen. So any group that has 10,000 people in it or more, I'm going to join. Now, if I go to make a post in a group for the very first time, because here's the thing, guys, you got to join a lot of these groups, and the more the merrier. I'm not joking. I am not bragging. I am in over, like the actual number is over 1,000 different Facebook groups. 1,000. So just to say, I've been doing this for a long time. This is my favorite way to get leads because I can get them without spending a dime. So if I'm going to target Orlando, I'm joining all of them. The challenge is there's some really bad admins. Some of them, they might not let you in the group the day you hit join. It might be a week, it might be a couple days. You might never get in because there's so many people pending to get in there. There's a lot of groups that are going to let you right in and everything is great. Now, once you get in some of these groups, some of them might get to the point where your first post has to get approved by the admin. When you go to type the post, you'll see it. It's going to be like, this post will be approved by admin, especially if it's your first post. Sometimes they make you do that. It's a setting in Facebook groups. So if they do that, to answer the question, I'm like, best place in Orlando for a men's haircut. Who's got the best pizza in Orlando? Who's got the best? I'll tell you what, I did this in a Florida group and I put what restaurant has the best key lime pie. There was 200 comments. People are fighting, calling each other idiots because they were saying one place and no, the other place, they were super passionate about their key lime. My post took off in that group. So that was my first post in the group. I've had people that send men's haircut and I get so many, I'm getting DMs. The guy's like, hey, stop by the shop. I'll take care of you. Like I got so many responses, men's haircut, best dog groomer, like all of these little things where people could give you advice is my first post and it warms the group up. So if my admin has to approve my first post, they're going to do that. Okay. All simple stuff. If you're a woman, you could put best place for a woman's, color or haircut or best place for like whatever, and it all works. Nothing too hard there. Now, my second post, which is usually going to be a day later, 2 days later, a week later, don't matter. My second post is going to read, this is the real estate post, guys. So you're going to want to write this down. I'm going to make a post in the Facebook group. Sometimes if it's a buy and sell group, it'll be like, what are you selling? Nope, I'm not selling anything. There's a tab though. It says discussions where you're just going to make a normal post. So if I'm in a buy and sell garage sale group, I'm going to make a post and it's like, what are you selling? There's a toggle where I can put discussion. It's really easy to find right there as you're going to make the post. And it changes it from a I'm selling something post to a general question post. Okay. And but it's still going to go in the group. And then when I do that, I'm going to type, does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. You could even put 2 to 3 months, whatever you like. My wife and I are looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks, 2 to 4 months, whatever you want to put. But does anybody have a house for sale that's not market ready? My wife and I, my partner and I, whatever you want to. But here's the thing, guys, like if you're going to do this, if you change it, you'll mess it up. Believe me, I know because I've done it every other way. And rule number 3 for our business is don't stop doing what works. So I know as humans, what we like to do is we like to find something that works and then we immediately want to change it. Right. And I don't know why, myself included. So I made it really simple on myself to just find something that works. And now it's just a numbers game. Our record, one of my clients, Emily in California, had over 1,100 comments on one post. 1,100 comments. She'd closed a deal out of it. She said, I got 50, 60 solid leads on it. And she's like, Joe, I'll be honest with you. She's a doctor. She's like, I don't have time to follow up with all these people. And I've got like millions of leads I'm just wasting because I just don't have time. Steven in my coaching group just put in the chat, I shared it on my Facebook yesterday or last week. I apologize. He got 334 comments in one group. Some groups you're going to get skunked and get a big 0 goose egg. Okay. So the thing is, it's a numbers game. You got to put it in 4 or 5 of these groups every day. If you put it in like a lot, Facebook will say you're spamming and they'll slow your account down. So the number that I always have great success with, 5, 6, 7 a day, 5, 6 days a week. And if you're posting and it's just a numbers game, so we'll do it together. If my average group because some of these groups have a few 100,000 people in them. Some will have 100,000. But if your average group has 20,000 people, and I do that into 6 groups a day, it's 120,000 people. If it's not though, and I do that 6 days a week, that's 720,000 people. Now here's a problem though. They don't see it. Facebook is only going to show that post to maybe 5% of the people in the group at best, unless it goes like really viral, then it gets in front of more. But if I multiply that times 5%, you got your message in front of 36,000 eyeballs for free in a week. Okay. Times 4.3 weeks out of the month. You do that every single day of the month. Well, 6 days out of the month, out of the week, I apologize. You're in front of 150,000 people in 1 month for free. Guys, when I'm having that many comments and messages and DMs, because they're going to message you, they're going to be in your DMs, they're going to leave a comment on the post, and some of these comments will give you a name or an address, or I'm looking, or they're going to tag somebody. This is where the magic goes on. Every one of those messages or comments, I just reply to it, sending you a message. Because the more conversation happens on my post, the more that it boosts its algorithms. Does anybody post on Facebook and it says boost your post? Did anybody ever see that? Okay. When you hit boost post, that's all it does. It just puts it in front of more eyes and you got to pay for it. But the other way to do that is by having the post go viral. If it goes viral, it gets in front of everybody for free. So when somebody message and puts a comment there, I comment back. That's 2 comments now. When somebody else says in comments, now I got 3, I comment back. And it could be sending you a message, smiley face emoji. Somebody says scam. No scam here. I'm just looking to buy a house. A comment. I'm not fighting. No scam here. I'm just looking to buy a house. If they continue, I don't keep fighting with them. Let them do whatever they want. But their little fingertips are boosting my post for free in that group. So maybe my number shows 5%, but some of these go really viral. That number goes significantly higher than 5% in that group. So the name of the game is just a numbers game, guys. And if you could get in front of a few 100,000 people in a month for free, no marketing budget, this will lead to 2 kind of deals. And if you're an agent, a real estate agent, this will lead to 3 kind of deals. If you're an investor, you could get the fixer-uppers where I could wholesale or fix and flip it myself. I get a lot of those. It brings me a lot of creative deals, the turnkey houses where it's not a fixer-upper, but now they're open to terms because they have a situation going on. Okay, those are the 2 deals I'm going to get out of that. And then the third is if I'm an agent, I'm not, but some of my friends are, some of our clients are, some of you might be agents too. Maybe they say I'm not willing to do terms. Well, then why don't you just list it with me and I'll list it for you. And you could get listings this way too. Okay, so it could serve in 3 different ways. Now, it does work on single family homes. I've got many people who do this with multifamily too, because it works with multifamily. And some landlords love it because it could help, defer taxes by buying it with payments versus, one big lump. So we have a lot of people who could do multifamily. This works on single family homes. I had a client do it on a car wash. I had another client, she was so close to actually closing on a manufacturing business, all on seller financing, until we actually kind of looked at the books a little closer and found out the numbers weren't all there in the due diligence phase. But the agreement was buying this business. It was a windshield manufacturing for snowmobiles. If any of you guys know Grace, she is awesome. She just wrote a book with bigger pockets. She's a rock star, and she was like close. So, I mean, it works on multiple different things. My favorite are the single family homes or even multifamily if you get in some big units there. And I did a post, we did a podcast about it. We passed on a property in Rochester, New York. It was a 7-unit apartment building. The seller was willing to do seller financing with only 5 grand down. But we definitely do a due diligence phase to make sure that the deal sounds great. But then when you start pulling back the curtains, we pass on that deal, and I did a whole podcast on why. And that comes down to deal analyzing, which we're going to talk about that a little bit today too. But that was that. So these are the factors that I really look at. Generate leads in massive amounts with that Facebook. I could target. Now, here's the other key. I'm going to leave to it. If you go to Orlando and I type in Orlando, well, then there's also Kissimmee, Florida, a suburban town around that. If I put in Kissimmee, Florida and hit groups, there's going to be a whole other list of groups there too. I'm joining all of them. So what I would do in Rochester, New York, there was Rochester, New York, and then there's all the suburban towns all around it. I joined every one of those groups. And I would put my posts into 5 or 6 of those every single day, 5, 6 days a week. And I have heard more times from my clients that they have leads pouring out of their eyeballs than I could ever imagine. And here's the thing, and I learned this a long time ago. If you don't have leads, you don't have a business. So the first order of business is to get you leads. And if you could check that box off to I'm successful and I'm crushing lead generation, that's already the first biggest step. But here's one more thing to add to that, Jenny, and we'll move on to the next question. Has anybody bought anything off Facebook, like Marketplace before? Like you meet some stranger in a parking lot? I did. My daughter wanted this Christmas gift when she was a tiny baby, and they're sold out of the stores. And some mom bought two of them and realized one of the kids didn't want it. And I met her husband in some parking lot, and I'm exchanging some like, I mean, I felt like I was in like a Scarface movie, right? And I'm just getting some toy, giving him cash. I'm like, man, if like cops come over, it's gonna look pretty wild. So what happens though, if you ever bought something off of Facebook Marketplace, most likely you're going to click on the person's profile that you're going to go meet in the Target parking lot, right? And you're going to check out their profile. Now, if the picture was a picture of an axe murderer, like the Jason mask, and everything else was blocked off, would you guys meet him? You're like, heck no. I don't want to be the next victim, right? So the point of where I'm getting with this is if you're going to be posting these things into Facebook groups, you got to imagine these people are going to check you out too. They're about to give you their address, they're about to give you their phone number, right? And some other information. They're going to tell you what they owe in their house, what their payment is. Eventually, when you get through our script, the way we do it, they tell us all of that stuff. So you got to remember, they're going to check you out. So you got to make sure that you're giving them the right appearance. And it's just marketing, guys, right? Your Facebook page doesn't cost you a dime, but you could put on their content. So your main picture has got to be you. If it's your dog, if it's a cat, if it's a gun or something like that, like they're not going to know it's you or whatever you put in there. Like your motorcycle, I got a guy who like he's golfing and it's only like the back of his backswing. I can't even see his face. I don't know. And there's everything else is blocked. I can only see that one picture. I'm like, is this a real person or is this somebody like in another world? I don't know. Makes me skeptical. I don't want to accept his friend's request, right? So remember, when you're posting, what does your page look like? So do a Facebook audit of your own page. If you're doing like, keg stands in college, maybe take that picture down or make it so it's not public. But then also you need to create content that is public, right? You got to put on there like, hey guys, it's 2025. I'm looking at buying two rentals this year and make that post public, right? Because now you might have your mom saying, great job, I love it. Or one of your friends or your neighbors, they kind of say that. So when I'm checking you out, and I go to Abby's Facebook page, and there's Abby talking about how she's looking to pick up two rentals this year, and I can see why she posted it in this group. And I see all these people who are like, Abby, you're amazing. We love you. You're the best. We're going to help you get some rentals. I'm like, okay, she's actually legit. And the more often you do that, the better it's going to be. So if you do it one post and you never do it again, you should probably think about doing more. Think of the best marketers. McDonald's. I don't really even like McDonald's, but you know the Golden Arches and you know the whatever song they are, right? They play it all the time. It's repetitive, you know it. So it's the same thing going to be on my Facebook page. So if you go to my page, I legitly put on my Facebook page, I buy houses, DM me, pink background, click. If somebody goes on my page, you're not going to have to be a private detective to figure out who I am and what I do. So if you're going to post in these groups, make sure the second part of that is extremely important because if your picture's locked up, your whole profile's locked up, it's an emoji of some like whatever, and you're like, I'm posting in groups and it's not working, that's probably why. Bam! It's a bell ringer day. Um, oh, Lexi had to go. She had some calls she had to make. That's
Yep.
great job. I love it. She's got her calendar, guys. And so the next level of what we'll talk about real quick, we have an actual calendar and she's got it scheduled of like she's got calls at this time with these people, all of it her whole day. So it's the same thing too. I will tell you one of the most resourceful things you could use for time management. Time management is everything in what we do. Um, my wife did this for me because it's a Google Calendar. Doesn't cost you any money. Put it on your phone. If you have a call, I put it on there as an appointment, right? Just like I would a doctor's appointment. or anything else. I take it that important. So if I have a window, I have to block off 30 minutes, and I got to call Stacy about buying her house, and I got to call Peter after that buying his house. I'm putting that in my calendar. I get an alert. I can't not do it, right? And so I take it that serious. And so that's why Lexi has to hop off. She probably had a 12 o'clock call that she had on her calendar and she's got to go. So take it that serious of what you're doing, guys, and make those appointments and make that calendar and that'll help you keep you organized too. Cool. Next question.
All right, awesome. We have one that says, can you also cover more on the use of virtual assistants when first starting out and trying to scale? Any best tips which company you use? Thank you. And I'd also probably throw in there like when is a good time to hire VAs? Because sometimes I think that can be shiny object syndrome too. So maybe talk about when that right time is.
Well, I guess I'm going to bring you in on this one too, because so when, and probably Felipa's really the one to do because she does it all. Where do we find our virtual assistants?
I can send you guys the link actually. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, but we have the link that you guys can use. So I'll throw
I
that in
think
the chat.
I think we pay money for it. It's like a monthly thing, and you can put out what jobs you're looking for, and you're going to get a ton of applicants for it. So here's, I guess, to answer your question. In the beginning, you don't bring on a VA, you do it all yourself in the beginning. The reason why that is so important because you need to learn how to do the business. So then when you hire somebody, you can train them on how to do the business. Lexi's don't fall off trees. Abby's don't fall off trees. They're trained and taught and coddled and handheld through the process so they understand it thoroughly. So in order for me to train Abby to do this or Lexi or anybody else, I got to know what I'm doing first, right? Because if you hire a virtual assistant and you just expect them for them to know what they're doing, you're going to be wasting a lot of time, you're going to be wasting a lot of money, and you're going to be aggravated as heck. So what I would say in the beginning, especially is you got to do these things yourself. You got to learn how to generate the leads for Facebook. I've got clients now who have a virtual assistant and they just post that blue post in the groups. And then when people respond, they message them the questions. And then after the questions are answered, they give it to, our client. So that's one of our favorite ways to do it. It keeps it really simple. Some virtual assistants could pick up the phone and make phone calls. Some of them can't, right? Some of them maybe they don't have the best speaking voice or they can't understand everything because that happens a lot too. So I love our training wheels program of just getting the questions answered through Messenger, give them to either Lexi or one of our clients, and now you're just making decisions. I'm not calling this one. This guy was grumpy. He doesn't even want to sell his house. He won't even tell me the address. Kick that one to the side. This one, she needs to sell. She's already moved out of the house. She wants to sell last week. She's selling for what she owes. Oh, yeah, I'm calling this one right now. So that's what eventually we have a virtual assistant do. I run sponsored ads as well. So on my sponsored ads, I'm spending money per day and I have leads that come in and they're just messaging with them. Part of their other job is my virtual assistants are following up with people who haven't either answered all of the questions or somebody who maybe is like a real good candidate and we just need to have constant follow up with them. So that's what our virtual assistants will do. But I'm a big proponent of before you hire this, I've seen it mess up more times than not. If somebody's brand new, I don't want to message people. I'm just going to have a virtual assistant do it. And if you don't train them the proper way, it could just cause some issues. And so, Abby, I know it's some website. It's like,
Yep. I threw it in the chat here. So if you
okay,
click on
cool.
that link, it's Online Jobs PH. Uh,
That's what it is.
yep. And I don't think that
Thank you, Jim.
maybe it is, maybe there is pricing with it per month. Um, but there's a
I
free
think,
version. You can create up to
okay.
3 job posts per month, which, you know, um, you could probably find a VA from that
Yeah.
just for the free version.
And here's the thing too, what I like to do is I like to have like a kind of like a group interview is what I like to do. I like to have a series of questions. I like to talk about the pay. So I think we generally pay between $4 to $8 an hour for a virtual assistant, depending on their capabilities and what they could do. If I've got one like Camille, she's our virtual assistant right now. She is wonderful. She could call, she understands, she's like with notes, she does all this stuff. We paid her more. but girl works, right? And then we've had Michelle in the past. Michelle, she is great for the messaging back and forth. She's great for answering the comments very quickly. She does a great job with that, but she's not the one to pick up the phone and call everybody at all. That's just not her thing. Because we have a lot of leads where they'll come in and they'll just give us their phone number, say, call me. Well, I need somebody to pick up the phone, call them and ask our questions, right? And then I have some who will just answer every question, which Michelle could do that too. I think we end up paying Michelle, start off at 4. I think it's like $5 or $6 an hour. So one big thing I will say is posting on weekends is straight, it's money. People are home. We think that on the weekend we want to relax. People are doing that too. They're just sitting around. Some of them are surfing on their phone and they need to sell, want to sell, something like that comes up. So I know that we post during the week. Weekends are great, really, really great. So here's my schedule for posting. I wake up in the morning, probably 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning is I'm already up at that point, but sometime in that frame, 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to pull up my 5, 6 Facebook groups. I'm going to make the post, make the post, make the post, make the post, make the post. Done. Couple hours. I'm gonna spend 15 minutes, and that only took me 10 minutes in the morning to do, right? And then after that, a couple hours later, I'm gonna spend 15 minutes going back, looking through all of those, see if anybody's commented on them. Is there anybody in my DMs that I'm gonna message, or is there anybody who made a comment I need to talk to? And I might just block off a little bit of time throughout the day, 10 minutes here, 15 minutes here, 20 minutes there, 15 minutes there. Before you know it, you spent 1 hour, all in these little tiny increments, super easy to do. Doesn't matter how busy you are. Everybody's scrolling on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, all these things. Instead of looking at people do other things, like spend that 15 minutes doing that. And that was the key to my success when I worked at a car dealership. We work a lot of hours at the car dealership. There's a lot of time where you're spending just typing and going crazy. There's other times you got a little bit of downtime. So I know at downtime, people are at the coffee cooler talking about last night's football game, who's going to win this weekend, and whatever this was going on in personal life. And me, I mean, I'm just doing my thing, right? Spending that 10 minutes. If I had 15 minutes and I could make a quick phone call, I'd step outside and make that call to that seller because it sounded really, really great. And all of those little things, even me working a 12 or 13-hour day at the car business, I could still squeeze in an hour throughout that day because there's only 10 minutes here and 15 minutes here. I might be messaging a few people, then I put down my phone, I'm back to work, right? So I know we're all busy, but if you could spend an hour a day consistently, 5 or 6 days a week consistently, and then you were to do that for a month, right? And then you were to do that for 90 days, and then you do that for 6 months, and after a year, you won't even recognize yourself anymore. Because I will tell you, the first thing that we do when we bring on a new client to our coaching program, or I bring on a new acquisition manager that we're going to hire for my team, and I got Lexi, so I'm good now. But the first thing I did with Lexi, the first day on the job, this is no joke. So all of you should do this if you're just starting off. If you've been doing this for a while, bravo. If you're just starting off, why don't you take a video of yourself talking to your phone? This is the date. I am brand new here. This is what I'm going to be doing. And so you could look back at that. And I said, if you do this consistently for a year, you're going to look back at that person and you're not even going to think it's even the same person. Because I know Lexi just finished her second year with us in December, second full year. And when we look back at her video, it is like so adorable. She was 23. She's like, I don't know anything about real estate, but I'm really excited to start this job. And I'm like, Lexi, pull up the video. We want to see it again. And she'll pull it up, and there it is. And it's like it's funny in a great way. And it's really cool to see because that young lady didn't know what a loan amortization schedule was. That young lady didn't know what a mortgage was. She had no idea what a wholesale deal was or seller financing. She had no idea of any of that stuff. And now it's not even like this. She's just like this now, right? So the point of Lexi, consistency is key. And I'm going to tell you one of my big downfalls. I'm going to be very open about this. My very first deal I did was in the year 2000, 25 years ago. My buddy bought a course on TV. We're all hanging out at his house. He takes it out. He never opened it. It was still in the cellophane wrapper. I asked him if I could borrow it, and he told me no. And I begged and pleaded all night. And a whole bunch of us are all hanging out, and he's like, "Fine, but you better let me get it back." I was like, "For sure, bud. We're best friends. Of course you're gonna get it back." I still have it right over there. Never gave it back to him, but we're still great friends, and he knows that he would have never done anything with it, and now it's sentimental to me because they're VCR tapes, so he can't watch them anyways. And they're audio cassette tapes, so he doesn't have a cassette player. I don't know anybody does anymore. But that's what it was. And when I got that course, I put a deal under contract. My first house, I put it on my Facebook yesterday. How old were you when you bought your first house? I had just turned 23. My first house that I owned was because of that course. I had bad credit. I had no money. And the first house I ever owned, I owned it for about an hour. I bought it, and then an hour later, my buyer was already in the lobby to buy it for me for more. I got it under contract for 25 and I sold it to him for 40. I owned my first house for an hour. I never even lived in it, which is a really weird thing for your first house. But the problem I'm going to get to, the lack of consistency. My first deal, we closed it. I did in the year 2000. My second deal, I closed it in 2008. I could tell you my problem, lack of consistency. I didn't have myself giving myself a kick in the butt or anybody else giving me the kick in the butt say, "You just made a check for $12,733. Don't you dare stop doing this now." I just got the biggest check that I've ever seen in my life at just turned 23 years old. It was life changing to me. And if I could go back in time, and all of us could probably wish there was something you could have told yourself a long time ago, probably like buy Apple stock when it was like $1 and a few other things, right? But I probably would have given myself a little bit of a slap upside the head and said, "Hey, keep going. You're doing great." Right. But that lack of consistency was the gap that made me take that so long off, which I'm grateful I got back into it. I'm grateful I did because you know what happened? Oh, wait, what's happening? The market was crashing. Myself, I met this girlfriend. I ended up marrying her, having kids with her. Now we've been together for 17 years. But I met this girl and she has her own house and I have my own house and I'm looking at junkers because now the market was crashing. I'm finding these deals. And I was really slow. I mean, I'm buying a house for 45 grand. I'm remodeling it. I put a renter in there. I go to my friend at the bank and he let me refinance it. Then I got to get this cash out and then go find another deal, right? And it was slow, but we were buying a house every couple of years. But in 2016, when I learned about creative finance and learned that I could buy real estate without banks, without credit, I saw the big picture. I knew exactly what I wanted to do, but I didn't know the missing pieces. We actually hired a coach, which helped us get some of these creative deals. And now I learned how to buy houses with only $100 down. They were turnkey. And that's when our business really took off. That's when we started putting some more consistency on what we did. And I've never gone to college. I chickened out. I wanted to be a chiropractor, already signed up to go. And I was like, I went and saw a chiropractor, and he's like, "Yeah, it's really hard on your body and your arms and your hands. By the time you get to be his age, he's going to retire." And I'm like looking at all the people in the lobby. I'm like, do I really want to be touching all these people for the next 30, 40 years and having shoulder problems and hand problems? And so I chickened out. I never went to college. Parents, I'm the biggest disappointment, right? I'm going to be the janitor. And that's only if you really do well, you could be the janitor. Like all the negative things that were said to me, I became a multi-millionaire because of these houses that I bought that I've just held for a long time. And so the secrets with real estate is buy, especially when the timing's right, buy with terms if you can. That's my favorite way to buy them and hold real estate for a long time. And this has been the key to our success to where when 2020 happened 5 years ago, I'm still working at a car dealership. My son is 5, my daughter is 7. My wife quit teaching a long time ago so she could be a stay-at-home mom after we got married and have the kids and all that stuff. I had a job. My boss takes me out, and you guys will see this because we gotta schedule this with you, Abby. My boss takes me out to lunch at the dealership. This was February 2020. Says, "Joe, we're buying 12 new stores. We're gonna give you a promotion. We're gonna have you go open these 12 stores. We're gonna pay you all of this money." He's like, "But Joe, I just want to make sure you're not gonna leave anytime soon and start like a marshmallow factory or anything, are you?" And I was like, "No way, not marshmallows." Because he saw I was sharing stuff on Facebook about my real estate business and it was growing and we were doing deals and all these things were happening. Well, luckily, my marshmallow factory was always there for me because 2 weeks later, COVID happens. I have Crohn's disease. So I took Humira back then, which lowered my immune system. And my doctor calls me and says, hey, this thing, COVID, like we don't know what it's going to do with somebody who's on a immune suppressant therapy. Like it could be really bad news for a guy like you. So I called my boss and I was like, hey, I don't feel comfortable coming back to work. This was March 12th. They said, you know what? We know your situation. We don't want you coming here, but good news. New York State's closing everything down in the next week anyways. And then they say in 2 weeks they're going to flatten the curve and it'll be back and everything will be good. I don't know if you guys remember the flatten the curve thing. It didn't last 2 weeks like they were hoping. So I thought originally I was going to go home for 2 weeks. And then after I'm watching the news with my wife and we were totally paranoid and we didn't go anywhere or do anything, my wife looked at me and she's like, Joe, you're not going back to work. That promotion, I went out and bought all these new suits. I was like, I never even wore them. I still have them. I think I have them, but there's like got the tags on them still. I never wore them. Now I move to Florida. I'm a shorts and t-shirt. Um, Maybe shoes, probably not. But back then I was shirt and tie every single day. And so when that came down to me and I realized I'm not going to get the promotion, I'm walking away from my job. Thank goodness I knew how to buy real estate without using my banks, without using credit. I'm buying these houses with 100 bucks down. And then this is the position that I was in. I was like, we've done full remodels. I've even wholesaled some deals. This is the way. This is what really helped propel us and our business is because we learned these strategies and we were doing them. So this is why I share what I do because guys, I learned how to do this in the beginning for free. I did not have YouTube back then. There was none of that. It was literally VCR tapes, cassette tapes, and a book. But creative finance for me has certainly changed my life because I see a lot of folks now, a lot of my friends who don't do it this way, and they feel frustrated. They're sitting on the sidelines. They want to buy properties, they want to buy rentals, but they feel like they don't pencil out. If you look at today's prices and today's rates and taxes and insurance, it just doesn't cash flow. They have negative cash flow. I got a friend of mine who buys houses in North Carolina, and he said, Joe, I need to get in your program because I just spent $80,000 for a house. I said, well, you got your second rental. That's exciting. And he's like, no, it's not. I'm like, what do you mean? Yeah, I put down 80 grand and I put down 70 in the first one that we bought. And it takes me so long to save up that much money again. I'm like, well, bravo, you did that. That's pretty impressive. He's like, but the challenge is when I put in the tax insurance, I'm like, you got to be making good money. And he's losing 400 bucks a month. I was like, total? He's like, no, each property. So I said, you've came up with 80,000 in the last one, 70 on the first one. So it's $150,000 just to lose $800 a month. He's like, yup. I was like, who sold you on that idea? Right. So because he's been following us for a long time. And so these are the things I see so many of my friends that are frustrated with this. So the first thing we walk about, get yourself some leads. Abby, do we have our script that we could share in the chat? Or do we
Yep,
have
I'll
a
drop it right now.
so if you guys want to use the same exact script that our virtual assistants use or our team uses, it's going to be right in the chat. Get it. This is the same one we do. So if you want to know our process, and I'm going to dive into our process really soon of exactly what we do on every deal, our flow charts, so you can see what it looks like. It's very, very simple once you understand this. But generate the leads. We're going to ask these questions, and then we're going to go from there. Do we have any other questions before we start doing that?
Yes, we do. One second. Okay, here's the link,
All right.
guys. I'm gonna
We got
drop it
Nick
right.
and thank you. We got Nick in 1 hour, guys. So this is going to be awesome with him too. He's a great guy. Like I said, he does a lot of business. So we're going to talk about him. He has virtual assistants who cold call. So we'll hear that angle coming up at 1:30. So in 1 hour.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay, so make sure, guys, if you have any questions, to drop them in the chat because we're going to be answering them as we go. And then, oh, looks like Drew just did one. Will we be getting into contract structure later?
Yep.
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 Perfect.
Got that on
Okay.
my
And then, oh, sorry. Did I cut you off?
no, I'm saying I got that on my radar.
Boom. Let's go. Okay. Another question that we have is how do you convince a seller to use creative finance and why would they even want to agree to creative finance?
Yep, that's a great question. I get that often. So how do we convince somebody to do creative finance? And we really don't. We explain to them the process and we go over some options, right? And once again, when we're talking about a really motivated seller, a true 8, 9, or 10, I just have to explain to them that why we would do it this way, why it makes sense to do it this way, and we're here to answer any questions they have, right? And once I explain it to them, and in some situations, like most, it's not going to work, right? Sometimes I have a seller who needs the equity from that sale to buy their next property. And if I know that and they need a whole bunch of money out of that deal, I know that's not going to work, right? And I'm going to go over that in a little bit. But we have a lot of times it's a free and clear property. And sometimes it's just a speed and convenience. And I think about our lady up in New York. We're buying it for $100 down. I didn't have to, well, Lexi, I don't really talk to him anymore, but Lexi didn't have to sell her on the idea. She just said, Joanne, I'll buy your house for 160, but the way I could do it and it would work, I'll buy it with terms. That just means that once we agree on the price, I'm going to buy it as is. I'm going to cover all the closing costs and fees. And then once we close on it, I'm just going to continue to make your payments directly to your bank. So what bank are you financed with? And she'll say Bank of America. Well, good. The way that will work is I'm just going to take over making that existing payment to Bank of America, because if I pay your price and add the taxes and insurance and the interest rates today at the banks are charging, your payment's going to be higher than what I could rent it for. So if I'm able to pay your price, but get that low rate and that low payment, you could be happy I paid your price. I could get a payment that actually cash flows. And it's really super simple once I explain it to them, but I'm explaining why. Not just I'm going to do this type of way, but this is why it makes sense. Here's the one thing I don't do. I don't talk about creative finance. I never will say I'm going to buy your house subject to, or I don't ever say I'm going to buy it with a wraparound mortgage, or I'm going to deed it into a land trust, which you should, and that's the way to do it. But I'm never going to really kind of talk about terms that maybe would confuse the heck out of a seller to where now they don't understand. So what I've really worked on is how to break it down to like that sixth grade comprehension level, not out of disrespect to my seller, out of respect for my seller, that I want them to really truly understand everything that's happening. I really want to make sure they're crystal clear on it. I don't ever want to have, you never told me that. Like, that's the worst. Don't ever do that. It's either going to work for them or it doesn't work for them. So I don't have to convince them, but here's what we will do. They're either going to, once I explain that to them, they're going to do one of three things. They're going to say yes, no, or I need to think about it. Okay. If they say yes, now it's time to do some due diligence and make sure everything works. And if it does, you take it to the next step and write it up, and we'll go over that. If they say no, it's a simple follow-up. No, I understand. But if I were to pay all cash, what's the least you take for it? And if it's still pretty close to retail, guys, I don't pay cash for properties at retail value. There's two ways I do deals. If I pay cash, it's because I'm getting a really, really big discount and the property needs a lot of work. And I would either buy cash, which I do a lot of those, or I could wholesale that to a cash buyer if I decide maybe I've got other projects going on. I'm an investor, so I do a lot of these. I'm going to keep them. But there are some that I might wholesale or assign to. Choice is yours. But that's what happens when I'm paying cash. I'm getting a big discount because the property needs a lot of work. But if that seller needs retail or close to retail, and the house is usually in really good shape and doesn't need any work and can't justify getting it some huge discount, then the only way I'm doing that is with terms. So therefore, I can take care of the ugly houses that are junkers and make offers on those. And on the pretty houses, I can make offers on every single one of those too. And when you're generating leads, the properties are going to be just one of those two. Now, there are plenty of times, though, I do get a fixer-upper under contract where the deal works for cash, just like the one we're talking about, Amber Smith in upstate New York, but I'm actually writing it up under seller financing. So if I do buy the house, I don't have to pay cash for the house. And then for the remodel, I might just buy it with seller financing, make a couple payments, and then remodel it and sell it that way too. So it does give me some more flexibility. I don't convince them. I will follow up with them. And just like anything else, I'll tell them, I'll explain the features and the benefits of doing business with us. I buy it as is. I'll close when you want. It's going to be that you don't have to lift a finger. Anything you don't want to take with you, leave it behind and we'll take care of that. Just take the important things with you. So those are some of the biggest features. It's speed and convenience. Everybody's ever ordered from Uber Eats right? And they deliver the food. Man, don't order like one thing of Starbucks off Uber Eats because you'll end up paying like 17 bucks for the thing of coffee, right? To be delivered to your house. Why do you do that? Because I don't have time to run to Starbucks this morning because I want to spend time with all of you and I want to be prepared and all that good stuff. So guess what? I paid 17 bucks probably for this dumb little thing today. Well, my wife got one too, but you know what I'm saying? It's a speed and convenience thing. So sometimes you're willing to trade dollars for speed and convenience. And so having the ability to make multiple different offers is the key to it, not just building a whole house with just a hammer. You need multiple tools in your tool belt.
All right, we ready for a couple more questions here?
Let's go. That's what I'm here for.
Perfect. Okay, so we've got a few. So, Jim is asking, what is better for 2025, single family or multifamily?
So that's going to be really based on a few things. The town, the city, right, that you're buying it in, I think will be important. And then I also think of um, what your end goal is with the property, right? I'll tell you what my thing is, what I look at. I love single family homes, and I'll even tell you what is probably one of the most recession-proof properties to buy. So my specialty, my favorite deal to buy, I don't care if the market is dumping or red hot, it doesn't matter to me. My ideal property is in whatever city I'm buying in. So if it is Tampa, I want to find out what the median house price range is in the city of Tampa. I want to find the areas that have the best schools, and I want to buy them from under the median. So if the median is 350,000, I want to find a house that's 250 retail in a great school district, right? So under the median house price range in a great school district, those properties are always going to do well. It's usually I'm either downsizing or I'm buying my first house, and the great school districts are what families will pay good money for to get their kids into a great school district. And if you're not well over the median and you're under that, that's usually some of the most protected real estate there is. So for me, if I'm buying markets like Orlando or Tampa or Naples, where there could be a little bit of a drop, and even if there is, fine. But if I could get a house in a great school district that I could buy on seller financing that has a 2.75 rate that I could cash flow on, and it's a beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood, and I'm under the median, probably a 1,400 square foot ranch, 1,200 square foot ranch, sign me up for 100 of them. If any of you got 100, I'll take them on terms, right? So those are probably my favorite. Number one, out the box. Number two, if I'm going to do multifamily, I really want to buy in places that are landlord friendly. That's a big thing for me. Indiana, lots of multifamily homes, lots of doubles and triples and things like that. They've got decent landlord laws and they're pretty darn inexpensive, right? You buy in places like Miami, you're going to pay out the wazoo for those things, right? And they could go up, they could also go down significantly. So for me, I'm looking for landlord friendly. And if I have time, I want to talk about how we lost $30,000 on a seller finance deal. And maybe we could talk about that a little bit too, but very unfriendly, landlord unfriendly, and you learn a lot of lessons that way too. So that's what I'm looking for.
Awesome. Okay. We have one from Angel. She said, Joe, did you say you do coaching?
Yeah, we have our small group coaching program, and if you ever want to, chat about that, I could, drop a link and we could hop on a call. And but yeah, we do, and this is what we focus on, just doing this. And I feel like what most people need is some consistency in doing this, and so that's why I think with our program, we actually work on the step by step of exactly what to do, make sure you get your answers every step of the way, and that's what helps you ensure success. And then it's more than accountability. But we do live Zoom calls like this 5 days a week on Zoom. Lexi does one of the calls. I do. Well, the one we did last night was for 3 hours. I was on a Zoom for probably 12 of us for 3 hours. It started at 7 o'clock. I didn't get done last night, Abby, till it was like 10 after 10. But we had deals they were doing. We had sellers that were calling because part of the support calls, what I think our clients love is like you generate the leads, bring the leads to the support calls, and let us call your leads for you and help you lock up the deals. And then when you need to do the paperwork, we walk you through how to do that, how to close it. Like we walk you through all those steps. So I think That's what really truly helps. And then if you could generate leads for free, that's what our specialties are how to generate for free. And then that hand holding through every step of the way, because when you're doing this and you might have a question, the fact that you could just hop on a Zoom call every day just about and ask myself or Jen or Lexi or Abby or even Brittany, who's been on our team forever, that's really the key to your success. Because I feel like that's what I could have used when I got my first coach. And my first coach, we only got a half-hour phone call once a week, and it was like you had to call into this thing. So at 30 minutes, it hung up on you, mid-sentence or not. But so I was like, I got 30 minutes. Here are my questions. I need these answers, and then I got to go do it. But from doing that, though, that's how we got my very first creative finance deal, which I bought at $100 down, 0% mortgage. And the first house we bought was turnkey, like no junker. So it was the best thing I did. I'm still friends with the guy who taught me and Ron LeGrand, and it was amazing. So yes, if you ever want to set something up, Angel, I'd love to talk more about it. I think you had one question too, Abby. Forgive me if you already talked about this. Do you have a starting point on percentage down and a percentage amortized, or do you start with zero and work up? Do you pay interest only? And then do you do a 5-year balloon? So Tom, you've got a lot of great questions. I'm going to answer all of them. So for me, I typically buy with no money down. So my percentage typically is zero. Stay closer to zero as possible. Always. If the seller needs a big down payment, I am not your buyer. Because the cost of acquisitions will all add up. Seller wants 10 grand down, or say I buy a house with $100 down. I do a lot. Guys, if you think I'm showing up to the closing table with only $100, you are dead wrong. Okay? Because I need the $100 deposit to go to the seller. That's down payment. It's only $100, not 20% down, $100. I do a lot of these. But I also have to pay for the closing costs on my side and the seller side, because if my seller's not going to get any money, I don't want them having to show up to the closing table, having to write a check. Your deals will significantly go down. So part of what we do is I'm going to buy it as is. I'm going to pay my half of the closing costs. I'm going to pay their half too, so they don't have to worry about coming out of my pocket. But I've got $100 down. I've got closing costs. That could be $4, $5, $6, $7, $8,000, and up depends on the price, where it is, all these other factors. Some places only a couple of grand, but neither here or there. I got to do that. I got to put an insurance policy on there. I always stack aside 3 months of payments. And that 3 months of payments after I close on the property and I'm insured and now I'm the owner, I might have to paint, I might have to put some carpet in, or sometimes I buy them perfectly as is and I don't have to do anything. But then I'm going to market it either a rental, or what we do, our favorite thing and our specialty is rent to own, where my renters move in and they give us a really large non-refundable option deposit, and then they pay rent. And so when you find somebody who's going to give you 10, 20, 30,000 to put down on a property, I want to make sure I've got 3 months of payments budgeted. So while I'm looking for them, if the house is vacant, I've got utilities and all of these things. So once you add up what your true cost of acquisitions are, and I got a worksheet, we're going to break it down a little bit later today of exactly what I look at on everything. So when I'm adding up a deal that I'm buying with $100 down, and I need to show up at the closing table with like 12 grand, like, well, this is why, right? Well, maybe not at the closing table, but I need to budget 12 grand for the deal. That's what it is. So I always want to start off, answer your question, Tom, no money down. That's always my best. And then the percentage, amortize, or do I start with zero and both and work up? So I'm always starting at zero for my down payment. My monthly payment, if it's a free and clear property, I can negotiate the monthly payment. I can negotiate interest rate, right? I could amortize it over 20, 30, 40 years if I need to, because it's a free and clear property. So free and clear properties are my number one favorite properties of all time. And here's a fun fact: 40% of all single family homes in the US are owned free and clear. 40%. So that means 4 out of 10, there's no mortgage on them, all on average across the country. I could put in cash offers on the fixer-uppers. I could buy these with seller financing. I could do 0% mortgages. There's times, Tom, where I just tell the seller, I'll pay your price. I typically buy with no money down. Fine. And then if I pay you a monthly payment, I pay the tax and insurance. I always ask, so what's the least you would take for the payment? If they don't know, I just give a number. Like if I pay you $500 a month, and that's going to go towards what I owe you. Is that going to work? Ask the question. Many times they just say, yeah, that's fine. And then when will you get me cashed out? So this is the biggest question of all that stumps everybody. I'm going to give you verbatim exactly what I say. So you're telling me you're going to buy my house with $100 down and you're going to pay me $500 a month, but when do I get the rest of my money? Right? Verbatim, exactly what I say. Hey, Jim, I have some sellers that they give me 20 to 30 years before I get them cashed out. And I half second pause. And then I have some sellers who want to get cashed out a little sooner, like say 10 to 15 years. So if I pay your price and I cover all the fees and closing costs and you get that 500 a month, what's the most amount of time you give me until I have to get you cashed out? It's a question. Every time it's a question. Every time. It's like the old game. Some of you are probably too young to remember this, but there used to be the thing like, I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say, bounce off me, sticks to you. Okay? That was a saying that we used to say to each other when we were little kids. But it's the same thing when somebody asks me a question, it bounces off me and it's going to come right back at you. Like, so how soon until you get me cashed out? Well, I'm going to bounce that right back to you. Well, then, if I pay your price, I had some do 20, 30 years. I had some want 10, 15. What's the most amount of time you give me? You'd be surprised how many times people are like, yeah, I mean, 30 years is fine. You'd be shocked. So here's what I wouldn't do, Tom. I wouldn't say I'm going to give you a 5-year balloon. Ask the question. Now, if they say, hey, Tom, I need to get cashed out in 1 year. Oh my gosh, I don't remember the last time I've done one in under 10 years. How close to 10 years can you get? Can you do 5, right? Maybe 7. And then we work it from there. But I'll tell you, for me, I don't like and I won't do anything under 5 years. You're going to set yourself up for a trap. So, how I value my deals, and I'm going to tell you how I value a deal. No money down, I love it. Do I have a low enough monthly payment that with my taxes, my insurance, and all the other goodies included, that I can cash flow $500 a month or more? If that happens with no money down, I love it. Now, if that seller gives me a 1-year term, don't love it. 10-year term, now we're talking my love language. 30-year term, oh, I'm loving you. Let's hugs, kisses, like high fives. I'm ready to go. All right, because I've got a 30-year term. So these are the things that makes me value a deal more valuable or less valuable, right? If they want half down, super high payment, and they want to get cashed out in a year, that's what happens. So those are the two things that I look at on those.
All right, you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Are there any loan types you choose not to do creative deals on? And if so, why?
Yeah, so there are. I like VA loans because a lot of times a VA loan, the seller put little to no money down. I have one right now. They just bought it. It's a new house, well, 2-year-old house. It's in Jacksonville, Florida. They bought it 2 years ago with a VA loan. 325 is what they paid for it. But they financed because they put no money with a VA loan. They could even roll in the closing cost. So they bought it for 325. They financed 336. 11,000 over. But now what happened was in 2 years of making payments, they owe 325 on the house. Guess what? What they bought it for 2 years ago, it's not going to sell for that. So they know if it sells at 325, which it won't, they know they have to pay commissions, closing costs. They're going to have to write a check because they're going to get less than even what they paid for it, but significantly less than what they owe on it, right? So in these circumstances, these people say to us, Joe, I don't have 20 grand to write a check for to get rid of a house I don't want anymore. I don't have the $20,000. And that's if somebody buys it at 325. What happens if somebody buys it at 310 or 299? Even worse. That check just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and they don't have that option. So if I'm able to buy it on terms and I'm able to take over a really low interest rate, but I have to explain to them with a VA loan, they might have a challenge qualifying for a second VA loan. They could or could not, depending on some things. We have to have that conversation, but VA loans are great. Some of the loans that I don't love, and I've done these, are if you remember the beginning of COVID 2020, people weren't making their house payments. They all got behind. And the banks were just giving everybody a loan modification. And a loan modification meant, okay, you got behind on your payments. We're going to give you 3 trial payments. And if you can make 3 of these payments on time, we'll gather all of your back payments and we're going to throw it to the back of the loan. This is called a loan modification. And then you'd have the 3 trial payments and you'd make those 3 payments on time. But part of the deal was that you're planning on staying in the house. But the challenge what's happening with some of these loan modification loans later on is they're keeping a close eye on them to see how they're performing, right? And I ran into an issue with one of ours. I bought a house like this, loan modification. She went through the 3 payments. Life was great. Did we just share screen?
Nope, I just made you the spotlight.
Oh, okay, there we go. So what happened was she made the 3 payments on time. She's a single mom. She was getting fined from the town for tall grass. The lawnmower broke. She's working all this time. She's taking her kid to daycare. She didn't have time to do the lawn. House started having some things. She's like, I am way over my head. I never want to own a house again, is what she told me. Her credit score took a big, big dive because she got behind in the payments. So we bought that house on a wrap. We bought it right after the loan modification because she said, I tried to do this and I still can't swing the payment. I need to get out of here. So I buy it on a wrap. 3 years, 4 years later, the bank reaches out and said, hey, we see it's deeded to a trust now. And after we did the loan modification, we need to record the new note with the county, but the ownership's changed. I can't file it under her anymore. And now I see there's this new land trust, and it caused a little bit of a funk. So I will tell you for sure, you want to make sure that if it's a loan modification or there was one done previously on those, the banks are keeping a closer eye on those. There are ways around it. There are definitely a right way to close it and how to do it so it doesn't turn into an issue, but you have to be really mindful of that. And then the number 2 thing I think is the biggest thing of all. If you're going to buy a deal with Creative Finance, you need to find an attorney or a title company, if it's a title estate, who truly understands how to close these. There's 3 different types. There's the kind that just doesn't know how and they can't, and that's great. There's the kind that say they know how to, but don't know how to do it properly. And then there's the ones that really, really, truly do. Okay. And I've witnessed all 3 of those. Having somebody who really, truly understands how to do it the right way. I have an attorney who owns a title company based in Naples, Florida. His name is Mark Shapiro, Mark with a C at the end. He's an investor. He does this himself. He buys his own this way. He's an attorney. He also owns a title company next door. We've done deals and he's been wonderful. I use Advantage Title in Lakeland, Florida for my Florida deals. I have attorneys. We haven't done deals in all 50 states, but we've done a whole lot of them. North Pole, Alaska. So I've got a list of all the ones that we like to use. But what you need to do is you need to vet your attorney because what will happen is they're going to say, oh, no, you could close it in your LLC name. Or they're going to tell you, oh, don't worry, you could close this deal in your own personal name. When you're taking over somebody's mortgage, you cannot do that. You're going to have a disaster on your hands. So making sure that you're going to work with the right title company or attorney is crucial to your success because these are the ones crossing all of the T's and dotting all the I's to make sure it's perfect. So I would be definitely going to RIA meetups and chatting and interviewing them. Do you know how to do seller financing? Yes. Do you know how to do it with wraparound mortgages? Yes. Do you know how to deal with land trusts? And if they're like, yes, okay, well, now we're going to have a further conversation. If they say no to those questions or any one of those questions, I'm moving on. I'm going to find somebody who can say yes to all 3 of those, and then we'll have further talks. Noah's got a question. Do certain creative strategies work better with certain types of sellers situations? Motivated sellers, always, right? Unmotivated people, it doesn't work on them. Free and clear properties, we get those properties. So I can't say it's like little equity, but little equity is really helpful, right? If they've got no equity, um, it is a really, really great one. If they've been trying to sell it, it's not selling, they're frustrated, they're not moving, they can't continue to discount the property anymore. Those are some of my favorite ones. My most favorite seller is a motivated seller. And that list of motivation of why they're motivated goes pretty deep. Loss of a loved one, loss of a job or a transfer of a job, marriage. Now they have 2 payments, a divorce, right? And they can't afford it anymore. There's I'm moving out of New York State because I hate the weather and the taxes. I've helped more people and U-Haul than you can imagine because they're like, I'm moving out of this state. And I'm like, good, I'll buy your house, right? So that was a big one for us too. And so the big question we always ask is first question I ask in my script, you guys got it, but can you tell me more about the property? Number two, why are you selling it? Why are you consider selling it? And that's your big question right there. Number three, how soon do you want to sell it? Question one, two, three, huge important. Question four, does the family need any, or does the house need any work before a family with young kids can move into it? Because I put the part with the young kids on there because if it's like, people have been living there for 40 years, does it need any work? He looks over his shoulder, no, it looks good to me, right? It's a little bit different response than if there's going to be young kids like, well, the stairs, are kind of rotted and this needs to get replaced and the toilet every time you flushes it backs up, so that needs to get like you start hearing more about it. Yeah, it's got good bones. I hear that one all the time. So these are the first four questions. This is like before I jump in the pool, you gotta put your toe in there first to see what it's like. These are gonna be it. And if these four questions are answered in positive ways that you're like, I need to know more about this, this is gonna help dictate the rest of the ship. If these first four questions, tell me about the house, what do you want to know? Right? Why are you selling? What's it matter to you? How soon do you want to sell? Don't care. Whenever I get my price. Right? Does the house need any work? No, been living here for 40 years. The house is fine. I'm like, ugh, this one's gonna sound interested. But on the flip side, can you tell me about their house? And sometimes with that opening question number one, can you please tell me more about the property? By the response they give you, they might answer question two, question four, question five. I have a house. I just inherited it. My mom passed away. I need this thing sold right away. She owes $100,000 on the house. If I could walk away with 20,000 in my pocket, I would be open to doing it. I know it's worth more. It needs a bunch of work, right? Like, holy cow. I'm like, slow down. You're answering all my questions before I even ask them, right? So the second thing was when I ask these questions and they type a response back, the more of a response they type, the more motivated they are. And I know this is going to sound weird. I've gone back and I looked at all the deals that we've made. When I ask somebody, can you please tell me about your property? They're usually they're telling you everything. They're answering multiple questions many of these times. The motivated people are the least motivated people who really aren't. They're all one word answers, very like not cooperative, not wanting to give you information. Those are usually the lower half of my motivation scale. I never do business with them. It's always this top half is what I do. And I've noticed the top half are the ones that just tell you what's going on. They need help. And if you think about it, if you're in the middle of the ocean and you're drowning and you're sitting there kicking, just trying to stay above water, and somebody comes up with a life raft and they're going to throw you the little lifesaver, you're not going to be like, no, it's the wrong color. I don't want that. I want the different, like, no, you're just like, please help me. Right. And so when you're with a motivated seller, they have that same kind of attitude. So I just keep that in consideration. And I am one, I will pull the ripcord so quick on somebody if they're being mean or nasty that I'm like, I'm done talking to them. Like, I might only get through question two and be like, yep, I've had enough of this. And I move on. And the way you could do that with good confidence is by getting a massive amount of leads. So if you only get one lead, man, you're stuck with them. If you've got 10 leads coming in, you don't have time to spend on that guy who's all mad or grumpy or the lady who's mad and grumpy. And I don't know why they would be because you're trying to buy their house. So if I'm trying to sell you something, I probably try to be really nice too, right? Not like, how dare you try to buy my house, Noah? What's wrong with you? But people do things, but maybe they stub their toe before you call them, right? So I'll still follow up with them. When creating the rent to own offer, what do you factor in determining the purchase price? Is there 20% down on rent to own? So Tom, when I buy a property with seller financing or I buy it with a wraparound mortgage, then I take possession of the property and I own it. My favorite strategy is rent to own, where I'm going to offer this property rent to own. So I don't advertise any of these things, but I'll tell you what I do. I offer rent to own. I put rent to own only, not a rental, all credit accepted. I put all these things in my post. I'll put it on Craigslist, Zillow, like Facebook Marketplace, Facebook groups, local Facebook groups, rental groups, all these things. I'll post it everywhere. And if you do this, It's 18% of the people could qualify for a mortgage right now. That means 80%, more than 80% cannot. So if you do post this and you keep the rent reasonably priced, you're going to get a lot of calls. So here's what I do is when you come into me, I say, Tom, thanks so much for reaching out. Are you interested in rent to own? You're going to answer yes or no. You believe it or not, some people say no. Get rid of them. You say yes. Next question. Does the monthly rent fit your budget? You'd be once again surprised how many people reach out to you, want to rent to own your house, but they're not interested in rent to own and they can't afford the monthly payment. I'm like, love you, but off to the side. So for the people, I've got two yeses now. My third question, and this is the real big one. What's the most you could come up with for a new home? They're going to say two things. I've got 10 grand, I've got no money, or how much do I need? And most of the time, it's going to be, well, how much do I need? And every single time, I do the same thing. That's based on your personal savings and budget. What's the most you have for a new home? That's all I ask. And they're going to give me their number and say, I've got $10,000 or whatever it is. And usually, if you've got 10 grand or up, I'm going to show you the house. Because if you like it, maybe you come up with more money. So ideally in my head, and I can't even tell you this because then you're going to tell people and it'll be bad. Ideally in my head, I'm always aiming for 10%. But here's what everybody does. They're going to say, oh, I want 10%. I've gotten 30% down, guys, on deals before. 'Cause I didn't tell them I want 10% because if I tell them 10%, it's the most I'm going to get. So I don't want to tell them that. I ask them a question. What's the most you have for a down payment? Lady told me I've got 30 grand. I'm like, holy cow, I need to have you go see my houses right now. She went to the first one, don't love it. You got anything else? I'm like, I got a second one on the same street. She went down to that one, said, oh my gosh, I'll take it. I'm leaving town tomorrow. Can I give you this check right now? Met her at a Starbucks an hour later. She gave me a check for $30,000 plus first month's rent. And I got a check for almost 32 grand at Starbucks. I was like, yikes. It made me feel kind of weird. So now I have her give the money to the attorney because like I was good, everything worked. She ended up buying the house and everything, but boy, that was a funny situation when you're walking out of Starbucks with a $32,000 check.
Oh yeah.
Booyah is right.
Can I take a lunch?
I will in a little bit. We're rocking right now. Abby's probably like, I need food. Um, so those are the things I expect for rent to own. That's what I look at. So here's the KPIs, your key performance indicators. Am I posting it in enough places? Am I getting enough people reaching out to me, asking me about the property? And if I'm posting it in lots of places, guys, I got 300 people message me one day on Facebook Marketplace. And it's torture. Is this available? Yes. And they don't answer, right? But they did eventually. Some of them will, some don't. But those are the three questions I ask every single time. We have a person who does it for us now in our Dispo team. First question, second question, third question. We do it separately, one question at a time. For the people like, yes, I want rent to own. I can afford the monthly rent, and I've got a whole bunch of money to put down. We set up a showing. I do them virtually. There's a lockbox. We just get on a FaceTime and let them go walk through it. Bam. How about Abby? In 5 minutes, we got another question, and then I'm gonna take like a 15-minute lunch break, and I'll be back right after that. So if we got, I could probably get one more question because you know how I go. I want to be thorough. I want to make sure everybody gets all their stuff thoroughly so we know what we're doing. I don't want to leave any missing spots here. But I'll be a quick lunch. Like I'll eat and hold on. Hey babe. I'll eat lunch in 5 minutes. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know. Fingers crossed.
Scott, real quick in the questions you said you're not receiving the scripts. I'll have Z go ahead and message that to you and make sure that you
I'll
have
take a
it.
lunch break in 5
She's
minutes.
our assistant. But make sure you guys check promotions or spam because sometimes our emails hide in there. So if you're not getting it, just make sure to check that. But I will also make sure that Z goes in and
Yeah.
like individually checks that you get our script.
What up with that spam folder like that too? Because mine was
I
popping in there like not spam, so now I get them. I don't know why.
Yeah, little trick for you guys too. If you are getting our emails and they're going to promotions or spam, drag it to your inbox. Like you can literally on your computer or phone, you can drag it right into the inbox that you want them to go to, and then from then on out, it should send to you in the right spot.
There we go. Love it.
Boom. All right.
Yeah,
Did
and I
we
am having lunch in 5 minutes. Love it.
Okay. Okay, I have a question for you. Are
Yeah.
you guys using creative financing to buy, sell, or both?
Okay. I use it both, but I don't buy the same way I sell, and I don't sell the same way I buy. So what do I mean by that? Great question, John. I'm glad you brought that up. When I buy, I am buying with either owner financing on a free and clear property where now I'm figuring out the price. I'm even doing the monthly payment. Maybe there's interest, maybe there's not. The term length and down payment, I do that on free and clear houses. Love them. Now, if they have a mortgage, I will buy it and that mortgage will stay in their name, but I'll take ownership of it by buying it with a wraparound mortgage. I know some people say subject to wraparounds are a lot better because it protects the seller. If somebody deeds you a property subject to, they're just deeding you the property. But if you don't pay or the buyer doesn't pay, how does the seller get it back? They can't. It's just written that they're deeding you the property, but the mortgage stays in their name. I buy it with a wraparound mortgage because now there's a new note created, which is just paperwork, not a loan, nothing like that, but it's a promissory note drafted by my attorney or title company that says these are the terms that Joe is going to pay on her, my trust. And then if it doesn't, my seller can foreclose and get the property back, right? And so this is now recorded. It actually costs me more money to do it with a wrap versus subject to, but now it protects my seller. So I buy it with a wraparound mortgage or with owner financing if it's a free and clear property. Then after I own that property, my exit strategy is a rent to own only. I'm going to offer it as a rental with the option to buy. My renters are going to give me a large non-refundable option deposit. They're going to pay monthly rent, but they're responsible for the maintenance repairs. And then once they qualify for mortgage later on, I get a big back end check. Sometimes they don't and they move out for some reason. And then I could put my second renter in there for rent to own. And then I get more money from them and continue that process sometimes several times. The reason why I prefer rent to own is if my renter stops paying, most states it's faster to evict them versus foreclosing on them. Also, tax implications. If I buy a house for $200,000, even if I buy it with owner financing and I sell it to somebody else with seller financing at 275, I get taxed in that $75,000 gain that year, the taxable event. Even if my rent or even if my new buyer gave me 25 grand to move in, I still pay 70, I'm paying tax on the $75,000 gain, which is probably a bigger check than I even received from my renter. So I don't like doing that. Um, in Texas, you have to. Other 49 states, you don't have to. In Texas, you could only do a lease option for up to 6 months. Any other states, you can do them. So when I'm buying my properties, I'm going to offer them for a rent to own because I get the benefits of depreciation. I get to write that off my taxes every year. My appreciation, the houses go up in value a lot of times. And if that does, and my renter doesn't buy it out in like the 2 year window that we give them, I don't kick them out. I just let them know if you don't buy it out, I'm gonna have to adjust the price and the rent to market standards. I'm not gonna overcharge you. I'll still make sure you're gonna get a good deal. But if you don't buy it in that time frame, I don't want you thinking I'm gonna throw you out to the streets. We'll just renew it, but just update the terms. And they're very thrilled and happy that they know if they don't, for whatever reason, they're not going to get thrown out. They still get to live in their house and then still buy it. And then we can adjust it. You don't have to, but you have the option. So we do exercise that. So in 2 years, your taxes, your insurance could have got up, your payment might have changed. And so you want to be able to update that rent. And I forecast what I think my price will be worth in 2 years from now, based on, some things. And you can't go too high because the house will still have to appraise if they buy it, right? But I'd rather go a little too high and discount if I need to than too low and like, oh my gosh. So that's what I do there. Bam. If you get a seller with an ugly house, how do you deal with it? Pass on it or wholesale it? So ugly house, I like wholesaling better than fix and flipping it myself because the fact is, if I buy it to fix and flip, I gotta buy it. Seller got paid, attorney or title company got paid. I gotta then put utilities. All utilities companies are getting paid. I have to hire contractors to do the remodeling. Lumber yards and hardware stores are getting paid. Contractors are getting paid. Um, Sometimes I'm pulling permits, the town's getting paid, right? And then after I do all of that, I have to list it with an agent, wait for it to sell. Finally, when it sells, attorney or title company getting paid again, agents getting paid again, and I'm the last one to get paid. And I'm the one putting all my money and all the things into it. So I do them, I'm still doing them, but I am very particular on where and how much and what it looks like under the median house price range. Great school districts, light rehab, sure. Major rehabs on super big houses that are especially really, really old, no shot am I touching those. If I get that deal, I am wholesaling that. I'm finding somebody who's like, hey, I do that, and they're looking for a deal, and I will gladly get paid now in 30 days rather than waiting 60, 90, way even beyond that, right? So on the junkers, that's what I like to do. Sometimes I'm gonna throw a little twist on there. If I get a really exceptionally good deal, I did one in St. Pete. This was also when the market was pretty hot, but I had a seller, house needed everything to get done. Um, we got it at 170. I bought it in my IRA. I paid cash for it, but I have a self-directed IRA. And you could buy real estate with your IRA. And so what I did was I bought it. I paid some closing costs. I paid somebody $600 to do a clean out. They just took all the stuff that he left behind and cleaned it all out. House still needed everything done to it. Put it on the market. I actually paid $99 in Florida to do a flat fee listing where I'm putting it on the market myself, not as an agent. It just goes on the MLS. Cash buyer reaches out. He bought it for 251 cash, as is. No real estate commissions because he reached out to us directly. Made like 70,000 on that deal. All we did was we just cleaned it out. He bought it for me for 250. He put 30,000, 35 into it, does the work himself, and he sold it for 375. He made money. So there are some times with those junkers, that is an option. I've also done the same where I bought it. I just made a couple payments on their mortgage while I cleaned it up and put it on the market and sold it and did the same thing. So with junkers, I've got a few different options. The easiest way is to wholesale it, but sometimes I could take them down and retail them, especially in a good market, good place, locations, things like that. Tom, question. Rent to own, effectively the same as a lease option. No, these are technically lease options. Leasing with the option to buy. Some people, I say that and they're like, what does that mean? I'm like, it's kind of like rent to own. Here's the difference. Don't mess this up. If you're listening, don't mess this up. If you want to mess up rent to own, I'm going to tell you how to do it. I'm going to tell you how not to do it. People mess things up. If you have a lease with the option to buy, the lease is one agreement. The option agreement is a completely separate agreement. Not the same, completely separate. If your renter stops paying rent, you have to evict them. You're showing the lease. They've already forfeited the option. Doesn't matter anymore. Number two way you can mess it up, if your rent is $2,000 a month and you give somebody a rent credit, if you had to foreclose on them, they're going to say, well, that's showing some type of seller financing, right? Because now they're putting some money into it and you actually can't evict them. You'll have to foreclose on them. So I never give a rent credit. If my rent is 2,000, I rent it for 2,000. No rent credit. If it rents for 2,000, that's just what it is. So I'm making sure I'm crystal clear. I've got two agreements. I have a lease. I have the option. The rent is set for this. And so therefore, if I do have to get into a situation where I have to go through an eviction or anything like that, it is easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But we want to make sure these are lease with the option to buy. Bam. All right, cool. I'm gonna get some lunch. Guys, it is 1:05. I will be back in 15 minutes, so be ready. Cool. All right, I'll be back. right, there we go. Bam, we're back, everybody. Quick lunch break. I brought in reinforcements. I got my son Bradley here today, and we cannot wait to interview Nick a little bit. Have you chat with him? Yeah, Abby?
Yep, he's good to come on at 1:30, so he's
Uh,
rocking and ready.
Yay. Okay, so do we have any follow-up questions we could answer? We got 7 minutes before Nick comes on. And guys, he's going to drop some really gold nuggets. We're going to be interviewing him, asking some questions, but it's going to be completely awesome. You guys are going to love him, and he is crushing it right now. So if you want to hear how he's doing 7 figures in wholesaling while doing it from home and doing all these wonderful things, he'll be here in 7 minutes. So until then, do we have any more follow-up questions?
I don't know if you got to this one before, but John had asked, and correct me if I'm wrong, you might have answered this already, but question, can my seller go get another mortgage, or does he need to wait 12 months, maybe rent for the time being?
Okay, so sounds like the question to me is if I buy a house and they have a mortgage and I buy it and I take over paying their existing mortgage and that mortgage stays in their name, are they able to get a mortgage right away or do they have to rent for 12 months first? So most likely they might have to wait 12 months. And that really depends on their debt. It depends on their income. It depends on other factors too. So many times people could qualify for a second mortgage. So they might be able to right away. However, there's some times where maybe their debt to income, because now they have this existing mortgage payment on their credit, and now they're trying to add a second one to that. And maybe their debt to income is now too far off to where they can't qualify right away. So that depends on a couple things. Is your seller needing to get a mortgage right away in a house and they can't qualify? Um, or are they going to be leasing? If my folks are like, hey, I'm moving out, I don't think I'm ever buying a house again, or I'm not buying for a few more years, I'm buying it with a wrap right away. And then we're doing that. But say they tell me, Joe, I need to qualify for a mortgage right away. Bless you. I'm selling my house and I'm going to get another house right away. Well, then I could do two things. If they qualify for that second house, great. Go ahead and do that. Life is good. But say they can't. So in that situation, what I do is I'm going to write up that agreement under a lease with the option to buy. So the lease agreement they could use right away to help wipe out some of their debt to income. So I'm going to write it up with a lease with the option to buy. Now I'm going to take it a step further, and my option, once I'm going to execute that option to buy, is going to be with a wrap around mortgage, right? So I'm buying it seller financing. That's not going to change how I'm going to buy it. But in the beginning stages, I might have to lease it from them for a short period. And then I could execute my option after they qualify for the mortgage, they buy their next house, and they get that second mortgage and they've moved in and life is good, then I could execute my option after that. It doesn't have to be a certain time. It could be a month later, it could be 6 months later, whatever you like to do. But to help them get into that second house now, that's how I set that up. Great question. Because that one comes up a lot, right? I want to buy another house. How can I do that? And if I buy it with a wrap right away, that could cause some challenges. So in the beginning, I'll let them know we'll buy it, but I'm going to buy it in the lease option. And then when I execute my option, it's going to be this way. I write it all up. It's already at the attorney's office. Everything's all pulled. So we make sure we're setting up the right way and there's no issues.
Awesome. All right. Again, guys, keep dropping your questions in the chat so that we can answer them. We've got Nick coming on in 4 minutes. In the meantime, Joe, we have another question that is asking, is it totally feasible to build a portfolio or business with only using creative finance and not having to involve a bank at all?
Yes,
Beautiful.
completely. I started off doing just regular, buying them fixer uppers, doing all that. And I did that. Once I realized how to buy them this way, almost all of our houses were bought this way from here on out. And I made a pact to myself. Once I learned how to do this in 2016, I looked at Jen, I was like, we're never going to need to use a bank ever again to buy all the real estate we want. And now we're able to buy, a handful of properties easily every year, if not more than that. Usually it's like 1 or 2 a month we can do by just buying them this way. Really simple. And what keeps things flowing, have some income coming in. If you have a job, great. right? Have that income coming in. So when your real estate portfolio is growing, you could reinvest back into itself. So what do I mean by that? Maybe I need to come up with some cash to get my first deal, right? The seller wants 2 grand down and I got to pay closing costs and I need 8 grand to close the deal. I'm going to take that 8 grand. And this is why I love rent to own because my renter moving in will generally give me much more than that. So I'm actually cash positive from the very beginning after the first few months, right? And then after that, it's just cash flow from here on out. Now I could reinvest and buy another one. I don't have to worry about coming up with 20% down and closing costs and all of these things. It's just much slower. And so for speed, convenience, scalability, this is the way that I like to do them, and this is the only way to do it. So if a seller tells me I need to pay top of the range for their house and go get a bank loan, I will not be that one. Good question. We just had a couple pop up. Um, do you choose certain areas or buy homes here and there and everywhere? So great question, Jim. I do buy both. There's some areas where I'm like, I'm buying everything I could find in these areas. However, if I do find a really, really good deal and it's in Indiana or Ohio or somewhere out in North Carolina or South Carolina, but I'm all the boxes are checking, right? I'm buying with no money down. I've got a really great payment. It's a really great property. And they're giving me a super long term, and the price is more than fair. And especially if I really like that market, sure, I will definitely take that thing down. The way I handle the management is I don't. This is the second part of your question because my exit strategy once I buy the property is always that lease with the option to buy. And so once I'm in that period of the option period, my renters are responsible for all the maintenance, all of the repairs and the utilities. So if that leaky faucet happens, they don't call me, they go call a plumber. And now it's just setting up rent to be paid automatically. So as long as the electronic wire of the money comes through monthly on time, they will never hear from us. We never hear from them. I have never met my renters ever, ever, ever. I mean, the very beginning we did, but like if they were walking by me in the supermarket, I wouldn't know what they look like, and they wouldn't know what I look like either. And I actually like that better. So I don't manage them; they manage themselves. To answer your question,
We have Nick Camrata in the house right now.
uh-oh, let's bring them up.
Uh-oh. Yep. All right, there we go.
What's up, everybody? How we doing?
There he is.
Good
How
to
we doing,
see
partner?
everyone. I'm good. How are you guys?
Oh, fantastic. I brought backup because he knew you were going to be here today, and so he
All
couldn't miss
right.
it for the world. So I brought my son here.
How you doing, buddy?
Good.
The reason why Bradley likes Nick so much is because Nick told me the story a long time ago when he was young, playing video games online with his friends. He felt like it was a great bonding experience, and he was having friends. He was socializing, but still being safe in his own home. And then after he told me that story, I told my wife, and she's like, well, maybe he could play video games a little bit more because we really limit his game time. So now every time my son Bradley wants to say, can I play some video games? He walks up to me and he says Nick's name and he whispers it in my ear. So Nick probably doesn't realize this, but his name gets used at my house multiple times a day. Every day of the week, your name is ring here.
The man knows how to leverage.
He's very wise at a young age. So we got some questions. Obviously, guys, everybody, this is Nick. He's a real estate investor. He does own properties. He bought properties on creative finance. He even bought his own house in South Tampa, creative finance. And his big focus in the business he runs is a wholesaling business, right? And does very, very well for himself. Um, so we're going to have some questions for Nick. If anybody has some questions along the meantime, drop them down in the comments. We're going to get those questions answered too. But here, you want to ring it off, bud?
What?
Right there.
The first.
Mhm.
You moved from
Loud.
Michigan. You moved from Michigan to Tampa at the start of COVID with no experience. What made you decide to jump into real estate investing?
Yeah, good question. So I was finishing up college as COVID started, and I was always planning on going into the medical field. I played baseball in college, so I always thought that I was going to play professional baseball and didn't really put a ton of thought into what I would do if that didn't work out. And I always just said, hey, I'll go into the medical field, do something in the medical field because I know that's a good backup, right? So that was the path that I was on. And then COVID started, the world shut down, and long story short, I just kind of decided I didn't really want to be in the medical field anymore. And I kind of got the entrepreneurial spirit. I don't know how, honestly. I probably just through sitting and watching YouTube. Was looking for other ways I was looking for other avenues, right? I decided, hey, I don't really want to go to graduate school. I want to really get my life started and get my career started. So what can I do? I always was interested in real estate, but never really explored the avenues. And so, like a lot of people do, I thought, hey, well, if I'm going to get into real estate, I got to go get my real estate license. So I started going to an online school to get my real estate license. And while I'm in the middle of taking the classes, I come across Brent Daniels. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of Brent Daniels, but he was actually my first mentor. I came across him talking about wholesaling real estate, how you could, just have conversations with motivated sellers and make 10, 20, $50,000 just by kind of connecting the dots with fix and flippers. And I was like, man, that sounds right up my alley. So I started really going down the rabbit hole of that. And then long story short, yeah, I joined Brent's program in November of 2020 and was sick of the cold. So I decided, hey, Tampa seems like a good market. I was in Michigan, went to school in Ohio, and my parents are from Michigan. So decided to move down to Tampa and start looking for wholesale deals.
Bam.
Yep. So long story short, YouTube. That's how I decided to get into it.
What were some of the biggest challenges you faced when starting out?
Um, the biggest challenges that I faced when starting out was just, I mean, you get just constant rejection, right? I didn't know what I was doing. I was cold calling, and you're calling people asking them if they'll sell their house to you, right? So most people are always obviously going to tell you to kick rocks. So I went through a lot of rejection, obviously not knowing what I was doing, being able to have sellers and leads tell that I didn't know what I was doing, right? So just failing forward, and kind of keeping the long-term mindset of, because there's no entrepreneurs in my family, right? My grandpa's a farmer, but he's a third generation farmer. So there's nobody in my family that has like gone out and started a business, at least in a few generations. So that really wasn't ingrained into me. And I came from the world of like, you go to college, you get a job, you work you work full time, you get your paycheck every 2 weeks or whatever it is. And you build your wealth that way, right? That's completely different than the entrepreneur mindset of, hey, I'm putting in work every day and I may see paid for it in 3 months, 6 months, or I might not ever see it, right? So having that mindset and being able to understand, look, I'm putting in work and I'm delaying gratification because I know that the work that I put in now is going to pay out down the road. That's just a hard thing for a lot of people, especially if there's nobody in your world that can kind of, help you understand that, right? So I would say that was probably uh, two of the biggest issues or obstacles that I had was just staying the course, right? Stay in the course saying, hey, if I do this every day, if I do this every week, it's just inevitable that it's going to happen. And I did have that mindset, but I think, when you're sitting there and you've been cold calling for 3, 4, 5 weeks straight, and you really don't have anything that's like tangible progress, a lot of people, they start to get discouraged. So that's where there's kind of the tipping point where a lot of people start to kind of fall out versus the people that find success and find, the momentum. They just keep going, right? They just keep going until it starts working.
Yep. So how long did it take you to get your first deal?
It took me I joined Brent's program in, I think, August or September of 2020, and I moved down to Tampa in November, and I just I hit the grounds running, making cold calls. I got my first closing was in February of 2021, so a little over 3 months. But I was calling all day, every day. So, yeah, about 3 months to get the first deal, and then after that, they started snowballing. The first one's always the hardest.
Can you tell us about your first deal? How did you find it, and what did you learn from it?
Yeah, so the first deal that I closed, it was actually I was driving for dollars. So what I did was I would drive for dollars. Well, I would cold call most of the week, and then on the weekends I would drive for dollars, driving around the neighborhoods looking for beat up houses, right? And I see there's also a question in the side chat that said, if you had to start over and only had 10,000 cash, what would you do first? That literally is my situation. It was even less than that. I think I had like 8,500 bucks cash between living expenses and marketing expenses. I was just driving for dollars, driving through neighborhoods, looking for busted up houses. On the weekends, I was cold calling tired landlords, vacant houses, stuff like that. And then whenever I would go on an appointment or go see a house, I would drive for dollars through that entire neighborhood and collect all the addresses in that neighborhood while I was out there, right? So long story short, I found my first deal through driving for dollars. I found my first deal through driving for dollars, and it was a hoarder situation. It was two sisters that had inherited a property from their mom, and one of them was very responsible, but the one that was living there, the other one, she was a hoarder and she had some mental issues going on. So we had to navigate that situation. Luckily, it was in a great area, actually right up the street from where I live now, which is pretty funny. But I was able to solve their problem by sitting down. I remember sitting at the kitchen table with both sisters, and they had higher offers, right? They had people that were offering them more. But because I sat down with them and took the time to understand what was going on with their situation, where the other people that were competing for offers, they didn't even want to come out and see the house, right? They were trying to just lock them up over the phone. And because I didn't have anything else going on at the time, met them. I mean, we still do this now, but I was especially motivated because it was my first deal. I didn't have any other, serious leads like that. So this was the best opportunity I'd found in a while. I took the time to go sit down, hear out their problems, hear out their situation, and see how I could solve their problems. And it is not always, and the biggest thing that I learned, and this is where I'm getting to, is that with a seller for wholesaling, like a motivated seller, somebody that's going to sell to a wholesaler, your ideal lead, it's going to be somebody that their biggest priority is not getting the most that they can get for the property, right? These people, these two sisters, they had offers for higher than me. I think their best offer was like 10 or 12,000 higher than my offer. Um, but they didn't take the time to come connect with those sellers and actually understand what was going on with them. They just wanted to, they were like, basically, hey, we'll put the property under contract and then we'll do our inspections. Then we'll come out and see the place. And they were basically saying they needed the place vacant. They weren't going to help with anything. Well, the one sister was a big hoarder, and she, of course, was very attached to a lot of the things in the house. And I actually, at one point, was actually personally helping this lady go through her stuff to help her move her stuff out. And I was like helping her box stuff up. So I don't necessarily do that too much anymore. But the big thing that I took away from that is, look, a seller that your ideal seller, it's going to be somebody that their biggest deal or their biggest priority is something other than price, right? It's the speed and convenience. And in this situation specifically, they needed help moving. I originally planned to have movers there, and I did have movers there, but the hoarder lady didn't. She only had about half the house packed up when the hoarders came, and I wasn't going to pay for another moving truck and all that sort of stuff. So I ended up helping her pack up myself. But main story, or the moral of the story, is you got to find people with problems. That's where you get the big paydays, the big deals, and the really appreciative sellers, is when it's somebody that you can add value to, and that value is not the highest offer necessarily. It's making it easy, solving their problems. And that's what wholesaling is.
Well, and I want to add to that too, because the difference is you took a personal touch. You were there. You got to just kind of like what Lexi did, right? When she talks about it, like building that rapport with the seller, because you break down so many barriers. They like you and they feel like they could trust you. It's not always about getting the most money. They don't get me wrong. They want to get the most they can, but speed and convenience and a pleasure of doing business with somebody certainly goes a long way. So some
Yes.
of the things that you're hearing is like, be easy to do business with, be helpful, be really invested in, and how can we help the seller out in their situation. And here's the perfect situation where they're getting offers for considerably higher. I mean, $12,000 is a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they still went and did business with you, that has to do with report and things like that. So that's key. So I love that.
People do business with people that they know, like, and trust.
Yep. Great spot.
What did your business look like in the beginning compared to now?
Yeah, so in the beginning, I mean, I was doing everything. I was cold calling, I was doing all the follow up. I didn't actually disposition my first handful of deals. I made a connection with a dispositions manager for another wholesaling company, and I just JV'd all of probably my first 10 to 15 deals. I just locked it up and I gave it to this dispositions manager, let him sell the deals because I didn't have any buyers, right? I was spending all this time marketing for sellers and finding opportunities. And I knew that, well, I knew this through studying that a lot of people, a lot of wholesalers, they try to do everything on their own. And so they'll market for a deal and market for a deal, right? And then they finally get one. And then they turn off their marketing to go find sellers because they're like, hey, I got a deal. I got to go find buyers, right? But then something comes up. Either maybe they locked up the deal too high, that seller starts getting squirrely, doesn't want to sell anymore. And it becomes this whole problem, or maybe there's title issues, stuff like that. And then God forbid that deal falls out. If you haven't been marketing those last week, 2 weeks while you've been looking for a buyer, and then all of a sudden that deal that you had fell apart, now you're back to square one and you haven't been marketing for the last 2 weeks, right? So I didn't want that to be me. So I said, I want to focus on nothing but finding opportunities. So I would lock up a deal and just give it to a dispositions manager for another company. He would sell it. We'd split the profit because then it allowed me to just continue looking for deals. Now, that dispositions manager is actually my dispositions manager. So it kind of came full circle. But anyway, so it started out with me doing everything. I was doing all the acquisitions and then just passing it off to this dispositions manager, right? Then I started hiring. I actually hired my best friend first. He was he was, we grew up together in Michigan and he was working at a job that he wasn't very satisfied with. And I started doing some deals. So I brought him down and just put him on the phones and we were both cold calling together, right? So we would be cold calling. And then I would start doing more follow up and I would be going on those appointments. And then after we started doing deals together, then I started hiring some virtual assistants. And now today I have 8 employees. Yeah, I have 8 full-time employees. 6 of them are virtual assistants in other countries. And then the only 2 US-based employees is my best friend, that's my acquisitions manager, and then Orlando, the dispositions manager, who was the dispositions manager that I connected with when I first started doing deals. So, but yeah, that's what the team looks like, and we do mostly cold calling. So a quick breakdown of those 8 employees. 4 of them are virtual assistants that they do nothing but cold call all day. They just look for opportunities. They fill the top of the funnel, and they're all from the Philippines except for one. There's one that's in the Dominican Republic, and she is our lead manager. She's been with me since shortly after I hired Gabe. And she kind of follows up with our leads that come in, the ones that aren't necessarily hot leads. The hot leads she'll push to Gabe, cold leads, warm leads she'll keep for herself, and then she'll receive all the incoming leads and further pre-qualify them before sending them to Gabe or keeping them, my acquisition manager Gabe, or keeping them with her to follow up. That's the acquisition side. And then I have a dispositions manager and then an admin virtual assistant that helps with like little admin stuff, as well as she assists with marketing our deals. So that's what the team looks like now.
So, I mean, you've built it from guy, solo, driving around, handful of thousands of dollars to your name, no experience, got into some coaching. But here's the difference. A couple of key things Nick shared so far. He didn't stop when the going got tough. He didn't stop after weeks and weeks and weeks of straight rejections, and most people will. So you forged on through that, right? You were doing every step of the business yourself. So when it came to training people to start replacing some of these things you were doing, you knew how to properly train them because you've done every little step of it, right? And then the key factor, guys, this is what messed me up that I told you about in the very beginning, that Nick was much smarter, is getting one dealitis, which means you get a deal under contract, you stop advertising, you stop getting new leads, and this is the only deal that matters, right? And you stop doing all of the lead generation, which got you to that point, and now you're focusing on trying to find a buyer for my deal. Luckily for me, my deal went through. Many people, for some reason, maybe it doesn't go through, right? And then it's crushing when you got to get back to starting again. So one of the things Nick had a big breakthrough on is he didn't stop when the going got tough. But other than that, he kept focusing on, no matter if he got the deal or not, he was constantly working on bringing in new leads. And that is really the key. And if you're constantly bringing in new leads, like we've talked about really most of today, and you don't stop on that. And after Nick, we're going to go over on Propstream some of the lists that we pull. We're going to do some live examples of that. You know how to do that, so I don't need to do it with you, Nick. But there's really big keys, right? So don't fall for that one deal itis. So what systems or processes have been the most critical in growing your business?
Um, Focusing on lead generation again, like that's the biggest thing is I look at it as, especially from a wholesaling perspective, is it's all about lead generation and lead follow-up, right? So I look at it as it's just a big funnel. So the biggest thing that took us from, and actually going back a little bit to touch on the fact that even starting out, that was the thing that I kept at the very top, was like I would lock up a deal and give it to Orlando to start dispositioning, and I would literally get back on the phone and keep dialing, right? Like, or I would go lock up a deal on an appointment. I would come home and immediately get back on the dialer and start looking for my next one, right? And that allowed me to kind of build a lot more momentum quicker than somebody that like they're doing one deal and then they go to sell it and then they start their marketing over, right? So as we continued to grow, the system that allowed us to grow is always putting lead generation first and following up, right? That's the other big thing, is that a lot of people, they like to go out and make the cold calls and lead generate, but they might not have a very good follow-up system. And honestly, looking at it, the follow-up is the biggest thing, because like we closed about 500,000 in assignment fees from cold call deals that or cold call leads that we called in 2024, but we closed an additional over $250,000 from leads that we had called in 2023, 2022, or years prior, right? And there's some leads that we followed up with for 2 years before putting under contract. So I think that's a big thing that keeps people from really gaining the consistency and the momentum that they could, is following up. Because right, like we made, and you might think, well, you made $500,000 in assignment fees from cold calling in 2024, so obviously though, like if you didn't follow up, you still would have got that. Yes, but we also made literally like 1 million dials in 2024, so like we had a ton of output to get that input. If you aren't making that amount of calls, then follow-up is going to be much more important for you, because you're not having as many contacts to get those sellers that are like, yeah, I'm ready to sell this month or next month or whatever it is. Our average seller, from the time that we call them to the time that we close on that deal, is over 3 months. So if you think about that, right, if all you're going out is trying to call sellers that are going to sign this week or in the next couple of weeks, you're going to miss out on a lot of opportunities if you're not following up with them. So that's the biggest thing, focusing on lead generation and focusing on following up.
So you're saying fortunes in the follow-up, there's $250,000 in 1 year from years ago that some people, if you're not following up, that would have been thrown in the garbage,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Think about that. That's a big $250,000 mistake, tossing that in the garbage.
Yes.
So when it's talking about getting consistency in your business, which is the key, right? Like, great, we could do a deal. Wonderful. How do I get consistency in my business? And so the top of the funnel, lead generation, like many leads as you can. If you have leads coming out of your eyeballs, congratulations to you. But the game's not over yet. You got to follow up with all the people who said yes, no, or maybe, right? And that takes serious. Right before you hopped on, Nick, and just like what you kind of mentioned, we just locked up a deal. We're closing it in March in upstate New York that she originally reached out to us in July of 2023. Right. So full circle comes around. Here it is. By the time we close, it is legitly almost a few months short of being 2 years.
Yep.
Right. But now she's finally ready, motivated, got even more motivated as time went on. So she's already ranking high in the scale and then just continue to go.
Yep. Yeah, the fortune really is in the follow-up. We're working on setting our record right now. The longest seller that we've ever followed up with was a little bit over 2 years. But this seller, we're working with a seller right now that we originally called the neighbor who referred us to her mom in early 2022. And like probably around this time in 2022. So we're at about 3 years. That mom has now died and the property's gone through probate. And now we're talking to her daughter and she's actually finally getting ready to make a decision, right? But especially because we were referred through that neighbor who's kind of been helping with the transition. They helped with the probate, all that sort of stuff. Because we've been in contact with that neighbor throughout the last 3 years, like, how do you think that they're going to feel about some other random investor coming in versus somebody that's been following up with them for 3 years, building rapport and credibility, right? We actually, the seller, The daughter, who doesn't know us as well because she just came into the picture once the mom died, she's wanting to get other buyers into the property. The neighbor's responsible for showing the property to the other buyers. He's not even picking up the phone for the other buyers because he wants this lady to sell to us. So that's what follow up and building rapport and establishing credibility and authority can do for your acquisitions.
Bam. That's a great, I mean, super awesome.
What are some of the biggest shifts you've seen in the Tampa real estate market over the last few years?
Um, Over the last few years, I mean, man, up until the rates really like what tripled in 2022, wholesaling was a lot easier back then, right? Like you didn't have to get a deep discount. Like for example, we were probably your average 3 bed, 2 bath, block construction home that needed a full rehab in Tampa before the market shifted in 2022 when the interest rates went way up. We were selling that at like probably about 70% of ARV, maybe a little bit less, sometimes even more, especially in hot areas. We get people that would pay over 70% of ARV. Now I really can't remember the last deal that we've sold above like 62% of ARV. So buyers are just way more conservative because they have to be, because people aren't paying 50, 100K over asking anymore, right? Like in the last few years, especially in Tampa Bay, well, not the last few years, but prior to like 2022, a buyer could way overpay for a property because if their rehab took 3 months longer, who cares? Because your property is just appreciated by an extra $60,000, right? Now, buyers are looking at it, well, if my rehab takes 2 or 3 months longer, who knows? First of all, the prices are kind of trending downwards, days on market are trending upwards. And obviously, my hard money fees, like that's going to really eat into my profit. Beforehand, they could count on the market going up over those 3 extra months. Now it's a completely different story. So you just really have to focus. We were getting a lot of sellers before that, like they could have put the property on the market, but because the cash buyer market was so hot, we were able to give them close to what they would have wanted to get on the market and still assign it for a profit. Now that doesn't happen, right? You really have to focus on people that are distressed, people that they have problems that you can solve, right? And that's obviously from a wholesaling perspective. When you're talking about seller finance and stuff like that, it doesn't necessarily have to always be just these beat up houses that a seller can't put them, they absolutely can't sell it on the market, right? But if your main game is wholesaling and cash offers like mine is, we really have to dial in on people that they either really don't want to or absolutely can't put in the work and time to put the property on the market and sell it for full retail value, right? So that was the big shift. Before you could find anybody that was like willing to take a reasonable discount. Now it's like people that are motivated enough to sell for 50% of ARV, because now we have to sell it for 55 to 60% of ARV rather than 70 or 72%.
Bam. And since then, you've been able to grow your business to 7 figures a year.
Mhm.
You've been able now to pick up some rental properties, even buying some of these on terms, right? Doing creative finance like wraps or seller finance, things like that. But you even found your own house this way, the house that you were living, your primary residence, which in South Tampa, I'm not trying to like it's tough to do, right? Especially over there. So can you talk about like how did that happen? I know you had a seller and there was a situation. I know that we were involved with it a little bit, but can you kind of
Yeah.
elaborate about that? Because people are like, wait, you found your own house with this stuff? Really?
Yeah. You and Jen were instrumental in helping that deal go through. That's for sure. So thank you guys for that. You guys definitely have some good coaches, so you're in the right spot. But as far as how that deal happened, so I used to have an office. Now the house that we're talking about, I built there's a detached garage that I turned into my office that I'm sitting in now. But before that, we were in one of the skyscrapers downtown. We were in the Truist building, if any of you guys know Tampa at all. But we were in one of the skyscrapers downtown in like kind of a WeWork space where you have like a private office, but then there's a bunch of, you have a private office, but there's a bunch of other companies in the building. And then you have like shared amenities and all that sort of stuff. Well, one of the girls that was in the office working for another company, she came to visit this place to rent it. The sellers were from Arkansas and they were back in town to get the property ready to rent it up again. And they met the tenant, they met this lady that was from my office at the property, and that was their first time being there since their past tenants left. And they realized that they trashed it, right? Like the pool was like brown and stuffed animals shoved in the skimmer, all that sort of stuff. It was just, yeah, super messed up property. Well, not super messed up, but it needed a lot more work than the sellers were expecting, right? And the seller was very emotional, and she said, look, I don't want to be a landlord anymore. They destroyed my house. I'm sorry. I'm just going to sell this thing. Like, I'm sorry to waste your time, right? And the girl that was there to go check the place out as a rental, she's like, well, there's actually a house buying company in my office, so let me connect you with them and maybe they can buy the house from you. And so she put my acquisition manager in touch with the seller, and the seller wanted too much for cash. We started looking at doing some novations or like some other stuff with her, but she wasn't willing to take something that, or she wasn't willing to go low enough for us to wholesale the property, right? And my apartment lease and my office lease were coming up due in the next couple of months. And when I looked at the property and I saw, well, look, this is in South Tampa. It's in a really good area. It's got a pool. It's got a detached garage in the back. Like, it just kind of was like a light bulb moment for me. I was like, I could turn this into my house and office in here. So I
Is that where
started
you are right
talking.
now?
Yes, that's where I am right now.
Damn. I love it.
Yep.
You got
Yep.
like the super setup. Sorry, I just for everybody listening, like that setup, that's like the extra part. And I mean, the job you guys did there, you knocked it out. I mean,
This is the ADU right here. So this is the main part, and then there's a whole kitchen and bathroom in there too.
so
So, and
that
eventually, and that was another thing that I was looking at was, hey, after I move out of this place, this is an amazing area for Airbnb. So I was like, there's a pool here. I put a putting green next to the pool. I have this. This behind me is also a Murphy bed, so this can come down if I turn this place into an Airbnb, right? So this is a whole other bedroom and bathroom. So I just saw it. I was like, man, this would be a really good opportunity for me to live in and turn this into our office. And I started talking to the seller about creative stuff, and it worked for them because um, it was a VA loan, and they were currently renting because they were still, the husband was still traveling for the military or something like that. So they're like, yeah, I mean, we're probably not going to have a need to get a new mortgage for probably like a year to 2 years. So if you can give us like 25,000 down and pay the mortgage for us, and then like cash us out down the road when we start looking for another house, then maybe we can make something work, right? And the reason why was because our offer was going to be, I think our wholesale offer was like 320 or something like that. Um, our wholesale offer was like 320, and she wanted 400, and she had a agent that told her that she could list it for 400. And I'm thankful for that agent because at the time the property was worth like 450. So I was like, well, look, I'll give you 400 right now, and you don't even have to pay the commissions or anything, and you don't got to fix anything up, no, appraisals, inspections, blah blah blah. So that was how that worked out. She was willing to do that because I was willing to pay their price without having them to put it on the market.
and the terms you got. I mean, the rate was great. It
Yeah,
was crazy.
yeah. I gave them
And
20,000 down. I think they had a 3.2% interest rate, and their payment was only like 1,600 bucks a month. And I was paying at the time, my rent at my apartment was almost 2,000 a month, and then my office was like 5,000 a month. So I was like, look, I'm saving a lot of money by buying this house. So this makes a lot of sense. Plus, I'm actually putting money into something that's going to be equity rather than paying rent, right? So yeah,
you're in
it
a
worked out
hot
for
part
both
of
of
town.
us.
Well, you're in a hot part of town. You got free equity on the deal because your house is worth considerably more than you even put into it after making the house and doing all the things that you want to do to make it your own style. I mean, you knocked it out. House looks great. So it's just a really neat story. That's what I like to share with it because we were talking before you got on, Nick, about how this is great for investment properties, but it also works for your own primary residence too. And which is
Mhm.
so when you're looking at this market and you're like, well, I'm never going to buy a house. I can't save up 10, 20% down. And then, my income compared to my debt. And then I'm looking at this payment at 7% and it's too high and I can't afford
Mhm.
this. Well, there are other ways. And there's still deals out there that have a 2 and a 3% interest rate, right? And we're
Mhm.
going to show you on Propstream what that looks like. But yeah, so bravo to that for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And the cool thing, just to put a button on that, is like, not only did I not have to put like a 20% down payment, right? I gave him 20, what is the percentage on that? 20,000 with a $400,000 purchase price. So 5%, I gave them a 5% down payment, and then I renovated the property and I did a cash out refinance and I got all of my money back except for like 10 grand. So like instead of coming out of pocket, what would it be if I were to buy that for 400,000 on the market and I had to put 20% down? That's $80,000 out of pocket. I gave the seller 20,000, made the payments while I fixed up the property, and then did a cash out refinance and got almost all of my money back from the rehab. So it's like now I have a fully renovated house in South Tampa for 10,000 ish left into the deal, right? And I have equity, right? It appraised for in the 600s and I took out an 80% loan to value. So I actually have equity in the property versus, yeah.
With an ADU and a pool home in South Tampa in the right area. And that's an area where there's only so many houses you could build there. So it's only going to continue to rise as the city does too. And
Yep. Yeah, there was actually the hurricanes. So my area sits up a little bit higher, but there's a couple of streets, a few streets down that got flooded out, and there's just new construction going up all over the place. So, yep, there's definitely a booming neighborhood. So that was exactly why I was like, man, this makes too much sense to not do.
I absolutely love that. We got a
Are,
couple more questions for you.
Sure.
are there any emerging trends in wholesaling or real estate investing that you think people should be paying attention to?
Trends in wholesaling. We're seeing an uptick in short sales. We're seeing an uptick in short sales, which is without getting too much into that, because that's kind of a whole other thing. But it's when somebody owes too much to the bank to where they can't pay off the loan, even if they were to put it on the market, right? Let's say that they owe 170,000. I'm trying to think of the last short sale we did. The house was worth like only 120 was like what our buyers were willing to pay for at wholesale, but the loan balance was like 160 or 170. So we had to go through a short sale, which is basically where you hire an agent to almost negotiate with the bank to negotiate a lower payoff based off of the condition of the property. And it's this long process, but we're starting to see quite an uptick of it. There hasn't been much of it over the last few years, but we're starting to see a lot of opportunities there. And then wholesaling. I mean, people are saying that wholesaling is dead, but it's because a lot of the people that were going after wholesale deals, they were going after, like I said, the people that before they were like the low hanging fruit, right? The people that they would accept an offer that was at maybe 70% of ARV, and a wholesaler would lock it up and sell it to a hedge fund at 80 or 90% of ARV, right? That's not around anymore. So the trend, if you want to be really successful with wholesaling, well, most people are struggling. Most people are saying that wholesaling is dying and that you can't find any deals out there. My team we have 8 new contracts in January, and it's because we focus on distressed sellers, right? We're focusing on people that they have real problems that need to be solved, and they really can't be solved by your average real estate agent, right? By putting the house on the market. Some of those problems are delaying auctions, finding missing heirs. We've had a lot of that lately. We've got a lot of inherited properties where the heirs, there's like maybe 3 or 4 of them, but one of them they don't even know who it is because it's like a kid through another marriage or something like that. So we're finding people that have serious problems and we're solving them, and that's why we're able to do so well.
Man, I agree. I've been seeing a lot more ability to short sell. I think in the last few years, everybody's equity was just going up. You buy a house a year later, it's worth a lot more.
Mhm.
And what I'm seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if you bought a house here in 2023 and you want to sell it right away,
Oh, you're done. Yeah.
unless you put down a lot of money, it's a challenge. And I don't, probably a lot of you remember, if you were considered one of the lucky ones years ago that bought a house because there was 50, 100 showings, there's 20 offers over asking. If you were the lucky one, you were the one that billed the most over asking,
Mhm.
right? I mean, it was 50 grand, 75,000, 100,000 over asking, and they were getting it. Well, now, if you bought that house for that 50,000 or 100,000 over asking, and in a short time later, 2 years later, want to try to sell that property, prices have dropped back down to at 22 level, and some of them are even under that level right now, is what I'm seeing. So
Yeah.
you're right. If you put down a big chunk of money, you're probably still okay, but if you're gonna plan on selling, like you want to do it sooner than later. But if
Right.
you have no equity or a lot of that thought equity kind of evaporated and it's sitting in the market and it's not selling, and
Mhm.
maybe it does need some work, I'm seeing a lot more of these popping up. more and more. I've actually talked to Randy, who's one of the gentlemen that you work with at the last meetup I was at in Tampa last week. And he was like, I am telling you, we're going to start seeing more of this. I was like,
Mhm.
well, then we need to be chatting more because I have a CRM full of these. Lexi has a lot of them where they're willing to just give you the keys. Like, I'll sell it to
Mhm.
you for what you owe if you take over my payment.
Yep.
And I look at the payment, and it's $1,000 more than the property rents for.
Yep.
The rental, five houses down, and it's available for rent, and it's just sitting there, and it's nothing's happening with it. And the payment is the rent payment's 1,000 more what it is to own the house, and it doesn't make sense. I can't buy it just to lose $1,000 a month. And so now what do these sellers do? It's on the market. They're not selling. They're selling for a loss or what they owe. It's going to cause a little bit of an issue. And if interest rates continue to stay high, it kind of softens the market. It's going to be interesting for sure. So I
Yeah.
think just adapting to what's happening in the market and having multiple strategies. So buying on creative finance, learning how to get help distressed sellers and wholesaling them versus fixing and flipping. So one question I want to kind of add in, and we'll have one last one for you, but I would always look at doing fix and flips, and I've still got some going on, especially in upstate New York right now. But if you change your strategy are you going to lean towards more wholesaling because the way the market conditions are you still considering doing fix and flips here, or are you kind of like passing on those just to let other people? Because we've done some together, and
Yeah, so I I don't mind fixing and flipping, and it's funny because whenever I go to like the RIAs and there's the old men fix and flippers, they're like, man, you've been wholesaling for so long. When are you going to start getting into the real business of fixing and flipping, right? And I just look at it like, man, I don't, every time I fix and flip a house, there's something that happens where I'm like, this is why I wholesale, because it's so much easier. Like, for example, the last house that we flipped together, we had we got a buyer in, and like on the week of closing we find out that the title company that we bought it with one title company and sold it with another, and the title company that we bought the house with, they missed a permit that was open from like 2002 for an electrical change out, and for whatever reason we couldn't close that permit without opening up the walls and doing all the rewiring and stuff. And this is when we're like a few days out from closing with a family that's going to live in the house, right? So we ended up having to give the sellers like a it was like an $8,000. Wasn't it like it was a handful of thousands of dollars that we had to give to the seller just to get that deal closed. And I was like, man, I mean, think about if this was only a 15, 20K flip, we're just giving away almost half of our profit just because of something stupid that came up on the title report. Whereas as a wholesaler, you don't have to deal with any of that. The house right next to me, I wholesaled the house right next to me because while we were working on this house, the old man living in the one next door comes out and talks to my contractor, and he's asking about if we can give an offer on his house because he wanted to leave. And so we did, and we wholesaled it, and the flipper bought it, and that was in February of 2023. That house is still on the market, and I got paid a year ago for it, right? So every time I look at it, it's like, and if he sold that house right now, I've talked to him. If he sells the house right now at his asking price, he'll lose about 10,000 because he went through the process. He frankly overpaid for the property. I sold it to New Western and they resold it to him. And he overpaid for the property, in my opinion. But then he started doing work without permits. He got a stop work order. And then it just became this whole thing where it's like, as a wholesaler, I don't have to deal with any of that. I take my 20,000 at closing and I get on to the next deal. So when all those guys, and in another situation, we just had a bunch of hurricanes coming through Florida this past fall. I had 12 active wholesale deals when Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton hit. Could you imagine how stressed out I'd be if I had 12 active flips during that time? Like I wouldn't have been able to sleep if I knew that I had 12 active flips that all could be hit by hurricanes. As a wholesaler, it's like, hey, we might have to drop a deal if it gets flooded out, or we might have to buy it for land value instead of we're just adjusting our offer prices versus as a wholesaler or as a flipper, you can lose your shirt in situations like that. So, and plus you take that and then all the time that, like, look, I could flip a house, but that requires me to be driving to the property, talking to contractors, dealing with the city, going to Home Depot, all that sort of stuff. What could I do with those? Like I looked at the flip that we did in Clearwater, and I added up all the time, and it was like I put in like 40 or 50 hours of like actual work to get that done between like talking to contractors, city, XYZ, like all that sort of stuff. How much could I have made in 50 hours of talking to motivated sellers and wholesaling their houses, right? So it's just a much more scalable process, in my opinion. I like flipping. I'm not like totally against it, but because we've kind of gotten wholesaling dialed in so much, I don't care to flip unless it's just a no-brainer deal. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep wholesaling, building up the cash reserves for both the wholesaling business and personal, and then buying creative deals.
Mhm. Well, and I think you kind of hit it on the head because out of those eight, I think two of them are with us right here in Bradenton. One was the mobile home. So one of the houses that we were wholesaling was fine. The other one was the mobile home where now the roof got all messed up and started peeling off like a tin can.
Mhm.
And the seller got upset because the title companies were all closed because everybody evacuated the area. And she almost thought like we were the cause of the hurricane, right?
Yeah, she
So
said she said that you guys were fortune tellers, right? Or future tellers. And so
Lexi
we
was.
intentionally delayed closing so that we could wait for the hurricane to hit so that we could get the property for cheaper.
Meanwhile, all the title companies are closed. They're like, we can't close on this. And the title company wouldn't give commitment for it because the hurricane was coming. It was a mess. So once again, if you personally owned all of those properties, it caused a little bit of an issue. So I'm not against fixing and flipping, but you definitely want to make sure that you're really paying close attention, especially moving forward. Because once again, like you mentioned earlier, somebody did a flip and you were delayed because things happen, permits, whatever. In the hot market, well, geez, if that happened, the property went up in value. You actually made money. And that's not typical, just for everybody listening. If you're new and you fix a flip before, we've done a lot of times. If you have delays, it's never profitable.
Mhm.
There was a small, tiny window of time where it was. If you had a delay, you probably could even make more money.
Yep.
99% of the time, if you have a big delay and it's a month or two or three and it's costing you more in funds and all, even if not whatever, time is money. Right?
Yes.
So delays will end up costing you money. So this is the time where a delay could be a significant drop. You could be listing it in the wrong time of the market, right? I mean, you list a property here in September, it's hurricane season again.
Mhm.
And so you just have all that. So spot on.
For someone just starting in wholesaling today, what would you tell them to focus on in their first 90 days?
Great question. So there are there's two or three main mistakes that I see most wholesalers making. And the first one is inconsistent marketing, right? A lot of people, they will, like I said earlier, maybe they'll cold call and they'll do all this lead generation and then maybe they won't follow up. Maybe they won't be consistent with their follow up, or maybe they will, but then as soon as they get a deal under contract, they stop marketing because they're looking for buyers, right? Or another version of that is I see a lot of people like, I have coaching clients that will come in and they 1 week will do driving for dollars. The next week they'll do cold calling. The next week they'll try direct mail. Like, right. They're always going back and forth between these marketing channels and they never do something long enough to see results from it. Right. So the first thing I see my first piece of advice would be pick one marketing channel and stick to it until you see results. Right. Don't flip flop and do a bunch of different stuff. The second is, especially for wholesaling, you disqualifying leads is just as important of a skill as qualifying leads, right? Because if you think about it, as a wholesaler, only statistically speaking, only about 4 to 6% of the market is in what we call distress, right? Somebody that's willing to trade equity in the property for the speed and convenience of a cash offer. That's our value add, right? As a wholesaler, you're trading potential equity in your property for the speed and convenience of a cash offer that's like, right, it's an easy transaction. That's only about 4 to 6% of the market that will accept something like that. That means that 94 to 96% of the market is going to tell you to go kill yourself if you offer them 50% of what their house is worth, right? So disqualifying leads is just as important as qualifying, because if you think about it, if 94 to 96% of the people that you're cold calling are not interested in what you have to offer, you're going to have a lot of sellers that they're not a good lead, but they'll waste your time because they want what we call a free appraisal. They have no interest in selling. They have no interest in getting rid of their property, but because you called them and you go through this whole pitch, they're like, "Yeah, I'm interested. Like, what would you offer me?" Right? Stuff like that. They're not a motivated seller. They have no interest in selling. And I'll see new wholesalers that they'll have been following up with this seller and have 2 hour conversations with this seller just because, I mean, especially there's some elderly people and like I feel like there's some sellers that they're lonely, and when somebody cold calls them, that's almost like their socialization for the day, right? So you'll have somebody that'll talk your ear off for an hour on the phone, and they will never sell to you at 50% of ARV. And I see people waste a lot of time with bad leads. So disqualifying leads is just as important as qualifying leads. And the big ways that you qualify them are through the 4 pillars of qualification: their condition of the property, their motivation to sell the property, the timeline to sell the property, and the asking price, right? If you have all that information, you can kind of look at that lead through that lens of how likely are they to sell to an investor that's going to offer them 50% of their house's value, right? If their biggest motivation to sell the property is that they want to buy a bigger house with a pool nearer to their kids, they're probably not going to be a good lead for you, right? And you'll have a lot of sellers that maybe you'll ask them about the timeline to sell the property, and they say, "Oh, I'll sell right now. Everything's for sale for the right price." And I'll see people that will spend a lot of time talking with that seller, following up with that seller, going on an appointment with that seller, and going to see their house and do all the, like, run the numbers to try to make it a deal. All that time they're spending, they're not talking to somebody that's actually motivated. So those are the 2 biggest pieces of advice that I would give. Pick one marketing channel and stick to it, and make sure that you are dealing with sellers that have a problem. Not like, we have to have sellers that not only want to sell, but have to sell.
Bam. Perfectly said, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye. I'm going to leave now.
He's gonna go play his video game probably now.
Not
So
video game.
not yet.
I gotta finish up my school. Maybe do stop motion.
All right. Thank you for joining us today, Bradley. He knew you were on and he couldn't miss this for the world, so he had to join in on this.
Thanks, Bradley. Take it easy, man.
Wait, want your phone? Thank you, sir. Well, there you go, guys. So when you're talking about wholesaling, real estate investing in general, it's about, like we said, and you break it down to the easiest thing: generate leads, focus on the motivated sellers, understanding wholesaling, understanding creative finance, because sometimes a motivated seller has a fixer upper and it needs a lot of work. Sometimes a motivated seller has a beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood, but they're still really, really motivated, right? And there's all of these situations that come across our desk. And so having multiple sources of ways to make that deal work, I think is key. And that's how Nick got and I got introduced years and years ago, as he had a seller who had a property in Syracuse, New York, living in Florida, making the payment on the empty house there. And he was like, "Hey, who knows how to do creative in upstate New York?" And here I was. We were still living there. And then we ended up moving to the same area, and now, became great friends. We do a lot of deals together, hang out, and it's been awesome. So you can also meet some of your greatest friends through real estate investing. So there's some really great tips there. So network, network, network. That is the name of the game. Nick, we have a question from Jim Chambers. Thanks for asking, Jim. What system or CRM do you use?
Yeah, so for a dialer, we use Mojo Dialer, and then for a CRM, we have a custom version of Podio. It's called Simplify REI. That's
Cool.
the CRM that we have. But honestly, I didn't have the only CRM that I used was Mojo Dialer. So Mojo Dialer comes with a dialer as well as like a little kind of mini CRM. And that's, if you're, especially until you start adding people to your team, that's more than enough. Like, I don't think I actually moved to Podio from Mojo until we had like four employees, right? So up until the point where it was me and maybe 3 employees. But my point is, Mojo, especially if you're a small team or you're just getting started, Mojo is perfectly fine if you're looking for a CRM/dialer and you're trying to save money, right? Because I think Simplify REI, it's a couple $100 a month, and then every year I pay them like 1,000 or 2,000. It's very nice. It's an awesome CRM, but it also, we have thousands of leads now, right? So we need a little bit more of a robust CRM. If you're just getting started, I am a huge fan of Mojo Dialer as both a dialer and a CRM.
How much is that a month for Mojo?
Like 130 or $140, something like that. So that was the thing. That was why I focused on driving for dollars and cold calling, was because the entire business was costing me the 130 or 140 a month for Mojo Dialer, maybe $200 or $300 a month in data, and then gas in my car, right? And I was running a business off of that, and then a Propstream subscription. But right, so for a few $100 a month, I started a business that now is a 7-figure business, right? And I got to the point where And I guess this is kind of going back to kind of the mindset at the beginning, but I got to a point where I closed my first deal. I had like only 300 or 400 bucks in my account left, and I had more than that on a credit card bill. And my thought was, instead of, oh, I'm gonna quit, I'm gonna go get a job, whatever, I was actually going through the process of starting to sign up for Uber so that I could drive around, so that I could still drive for dollars while I was making some money. Because I was like, I'm not going to get a job that's going to burn up my whole day when I could be out looking for opportunities. Because I'm not going to go sit in an office and do X, Y, and Z, right? I'm gonna just get an Uber account so I can drive for dollars and make a little bit of money until I start closing deals. Thank the Lord I didn't have to do that. I was able to close my first deal, make $32,000 over the weekend, and then we just kind of took off from there. But yeah, that was where my mindset was, right? There was no plan B. That was plan A. And if that took longer than I thought it was, then I was going to do whatever I needed to do to be able to continue marketing until it took off.
Well, but and that's a really impactful story. That's why I loved having you on today. So thank you for coming. But you think about it, like, of course, you were single, no kids and wife and things like that. So maybe there was a little bit less pressure. But my gosh, 300 bucks in your checking account, credit card debt, don't have a deal closed yet. I know most people listening to this might have said, I can't do this. It doesn't work. It's not for me. And it seems like it's when you're tested the most is usually when you're the closest to a big breakthrough. And that fork in the road, it's like you had like your guardian angel watching you that was just continually pushing you. I don't know if it's a stubborn thing or whatever that was, right? Like I'm just not quitting no matter what.
Mhm.
But you continue to forge through. So I got to give you a lot of props for that because that same attitude is probably why I call you sometimes and it's a Monday morning and here I am working and doing all this stuff and Jen's got me a million things. Felipa's got me doing all this stuff. Lexi's got me looking at deals and I'll call you about a deal and you're like, I'm golfing. I'm like, I'm at the gym. And I'm like, yeah, buddy, get it. So, you put in a lot of work. You you bet on yourself, right? And there's probably a lot of people who thought you're kind of crazy. But now, once again, they look at you and they're like, oh my gosh, he's like, oh, I knew he had it. I knew he was going to do this, right? So, that's a lot of pressure, but I give you a lot of credit because I think a lot of people would have folded in that same situation. So the fact you fought through it is pretty impressive.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Question we had, when you started, did you do deals in your personal name or did you start in an LLC?
I did my first few deals signing a contract just as Nick Camerata. And that goes back to my whole thing. Focus on, actually, maybe I didn't even cover this, but I talked about the one marketing channel. But I like the book. If you guys haven't read the book, The One Thing by Gary Keller, give that a read. That was really instrumental for me. The premise of that book is basically, or the base of that book is, hey, there's so many things that you can do to be successful, but there's one thing that you can do that will either make everything else easier or irrelevant, right? And a lot of people, they're always like, they think before they do anything they have to have an LLC, they have to have a website, they have to have a logo, all that sort of stuff. I did my first probably 3 or 4 deals in my LLC or in my personal name, and then once I had some money, 'cause I didn't have 200 bucks to file an LLC or whatever it was, right? I was trying to save as much money as I could, but I knew that, hey, all I need to do is go out and find an opportunity and I can turn that into cash and I can create an LLC down the road. And so, yeah, I started my first few deals just signing as Nick Camerata. And then after I probably closed my first, after my first 2 deals closed, I went to start filing an LLC. But my point is just whatever it is that's going to get you closest to the revenue, do only that. Minimize everything that takes you away from that. I didn't have a website, guys, until I had made over $1 million.
Bam. Y'all hear that? So if you're focusing on your logo, you're focusing on your website, you're got 80 different variations of what your LLC name is, but you haven't talked to a seller yet, right? We can see we need to focus on none of that other stuff matters. Get some leads, talk to some sellers, do that in a mass amount. And before you know it, you've created a business that you now need an LLC for, right? That now eventually do enough deals, you're going to need a website. And kind of like Nick, I was doing deals for almost 20 years before I had a website, which is a long time. I was just buying them. I mean, early 2000s, I mean, you weren't getting a website. You had to pay thousands of dollars for it back then, even. I mean, so I'm going to date myself to how old I am. But, there was the thing. So focus on revenue, income producing tasks. And if it's not making you money, don't do it. Focus on
Yep.
the things that are going to get you money. So that is awesome. Well, I really appreciate you stopping on today. It's a pleasure as usual. I knew you were going to drop a ton of valuable information. If any of our listeners here want to connect, they want to follow you or anything like that, because Nick is amazing and he shares a lot of great content, where is the best place they could find you, Nick?
I am on Instagram at Nick_Camrata, and I think most of my socials are that same thing. I think my YouTube channel is the same as well. So yeah, Nick_underscore Camrata should be able to find me.
So if you are looking to do deals in Tampa, maybe you have some leads in Tampa. I'll tell you what, when we lock a deal up on our own team, and Lexi does, or we're getting close to locking one up, we always run it by Nick, right? A cash deal, wholesale deal. Like, hey, Nick, what do you think of this neighborhood? And he'd be like, hey, I know that street. We did a deal 2 streets over, right? And so these
When we did 50th Ave, when you brought us 50th Ave, we had another deal on 50th Ave at the same time.
exactly. But this is the point why JVing with people is really great to do because I could dispo the property myself. I'm sure I can. I could find buyers. But the time I would have to spend finding all of these buyers, sorting out who are the real buyers, who are the fake buyers, and then also getting in front of enough buyers, you're going to have get the top price for it. And Nick knows more buyers in Tampa than I do, right? Because I'm an hour south of Tampa. So when we JV on deals, I have Lexi lock up these deals, and then we send them to Nick, who gives them to Orlando, who's on his team, and we work as a team together, right? So I do creative stuff. We do wholesaling. Nick does wholesaling, does creative stuff. He's in our own backyard, but we network and we help each other. And this is the name of it, guys, is helping each other. So when I first started doing this, I'm like, I can't tell anybody about creative finance. Like they're gonna know. And that was the wrong mental attitude, right? I want everybody to know. We host meetups. We go to all of the meetups. We're sharing. And then the more we share, the more things happen. So if
Mhm.
you're listening to something like this is how I got introduced to this guy, right? Now we could go have cigars together and go to football games together and do all these wonderful things and dinners and all those great things. So network is key. When they say, your network equals your net worth, well, let me tell you, you hang out a whole bunch of broke people, chances are you're gonna probably be broke too, right? You hang out a bunch of successful people, all doing things together and sharing and strategizing together, you feel like you could accomplish anything. And it's refreshing, it's energizing being around the right people. I know when I leave hanging out with him, like I'm jacked. I'm like, I just want to go do a million deals now, right? So getting around the right people is crucial to your business. So thank you once again, Nick, for coming and obviously really putting the right person to this, right? Because there's a lot of people in this business who maybe they don't take the time to invest in themselves or the education or putting in all the work. Like you've done it all and you're doing it and you're consistently doing it today, not just talking about it, but you're being about it, and that's really awesome to see. So, guys, I highly recommend you go follow Nick because it is pretty awesome. Cool. Any last words?
For me?
Any questions for Nick?
Oh.
Just make
I see we got a couple. Do you want me to run through these? We got a couple on the side chat here.
Yeah, giddy up if you got time. I didn't know you
Yeah.
had time.
Yeah,
I mean,
no
I
worries. So, CJ asked a little while ago when I was talking about connecting with sellers and how I was able to get a deal over buyers that were maybe offering more because I took the time to actually connect with that seller. And CJ asked, so how do you connect with people like that out of your area? If you're going to do virtual wholesaling in another area, then you got to have boots on the ground. It's going to be building relationships with people is going to be even more important, right? Because you can't go meet that seller face to face. So you got to have somebody else go do it. But again, like Joe said, the people that make the most money in this business are the people that don't try to keep everything to themselves, right? The people that are trying to spread the wealth and spread the opportunities because it's a team sport and you're going to accomplish a lot more by working with other people rather than trying to keep everything for yourself. So if you're virtually wholesaling, make connections with people that can go see those sellers for you. Marty says, Nick, have you had any issues with the TCPA regarding use of the auto dialer? So I'm not a lawyer, but I will tell you that I've done a lot of research on this. And from my understanding, the what is it? Is it the FTC, the FCC? I don't, whatever the governing body is that made those rules. I've looked into how they define an auto dialer. And from my research, they are defining an auto dialer as a number that, or a dialer that auto generates numbers and calls on them randomly without any human interaction. If you're on Mojo Dialer, you have to go, first of all, it doesn't generate numbers. You have to import them from a list and you have to have your own numbers that you go through and whitelist. So you have to register your phone numbers. With whatever governing agency it is, and then you have to actually go in and dial into a server, and then like there's a lot of human interaction with dispositioning calls and all that sort of stuff. From my research, again, I'm not a lawyer, but from my research, that is not what the FCC is going after, or whatever it is. They define it as a dialer that is uh, auto generating and making calls with no human interaction, like the AI bots, right? I actually, for a while, I was using an AI bot before, and it was crazy, dude. I remember thinking, like, man, if this doesn't become illegal, I might not even need any virtual assistants anymore. Because what I did was I threw our scripts and a bunch of call recordings into an AI thing, and then I could put in a list of like 5,000 people and press a button. And then after a couple of minutes, all these conversations, these call recordings would just start coming back. And like this AI bot was having like 1,000 conversations at one time. And some of the people knew that it was AI, some of them didn't. You had some people, they would talk to my AI bot for 10 minutes, 15 minutes about their house, have no idea that it was a robot, right? So, in my opinion, and from my research, that's the people that are, or that's what those rules are going after. So, if you are manually going in and signing in and actually having to disposition those calls and stuff, through my research, not a lawyer, I'm not worried about it because of that.
Great
I
job.
wouldn't text though. I would not do SMS blasting, at least on a large scale, because I know some people that have been hit with class action lawsuits for that.
Whoa.
Yep.
And you gotta keep your nose clean. And some of these calls originally, when you first started doing that AI bot, I would listen on some of them, and oh boy,
Oh man, they were so funny.
oh my! But at a click of a button, this thing would call 5,000 people, and it'd be on the phone with hundreds of them all at once. Think of the humans that you would need to do all of that. It was pretty impressive and certainly eye-opening. But that's the way technology is going, whether we like it or not.
As soon as I saw that though, I was like, there's no way this doesn't get outlawed like real quick.
Yep,
And it did just a few months later.
yep, it did.
Yep.
We are in Clearwater. He's my buyer. Love seeing that. Do we have any other questions in the side chat, Abby?
Robert sent me a direct one saying, Nick, where would you suggest is the most fruitful field for getting leads for creative financing off-market deals? Uh, We don't honestly, we don't directly market. Joe's probably better for this because I don't market for creative finance deals, right? We market cash. We're a cash buyer. We're your home buyer. We have quick, easy, done deal, right? I market ourselves as we are the easy button. We tell people all the time, if you want to sell your house, we're the easy button. If you want to get the most that you possibly can, hire a real estate agent. If you want to hit the easy button, that's what we're for, right? So we don't market for creative finance leads. We market for motivated and distressed sellers. And sometimes through that marketing, we find creative finance deals. But creative finance makes up a very, very small portion of the amount of deals that we do. So questions on that, I would definitely refer to Joe because he's the master on that. But for wholesaling, tired landlords, tax delinquency, out of state landlords or out of state owners, people that have vacation homes, especially that's really big in Florida. Pre-foreclosures, probates, stuff like that. Those are some of the best leads that we get.
Hmm. So a little mini list. We're gonna pull a list up after this too. Bam, I think we got all those questions. Great job, guys. Holy cow. If you didn't just get a whole bunch of wealth information, hopefully y'all took some notes. Can we get $100,000 payday? Because I think Nick's just dropped so much money today, guys. You could be making six figures in 2025 by just wholesaling some deals. So what we
Absolutely.
kind of been talking about, the focus, it's Q1 right now. We're not even a full month into the first quarter of the year. So the big picture this year is generate leads. Generate leads, make that your prime focus. Second focus, following up with the great leads, right? The good ones, the motivated ones.
And getting rid of the bad ones.
And getting rid of the bad ones at lightning speed. We like to whack them out of my CRM. So when we have any of that, I'm like, delete. We might not even get through all the questions if they're too grumpy. So that's a great job. I got one last question. We'll answer. Jim's got one. Do you have any JV partners in Southwest Florida? I'm in Naples and work through Port Charlotte and looking to JV.
We do deals in Port Charlotte. It's definitely not our main market, but we have actually a deal right now in Port Charlotte. So, I mean, yeah, I can help you out if you got a deal there for sure.
All right, definitely make that connection then. I love it. And that's what we do this. It's about connecting too. So guys, I want you to be able to connect with each other. If there's anybody else in the room, if you're dropping in where you're doing deals and you're doing deals in Florida, like here, myself and Nick, like you can't beat that. So, and we've done deals together and even in Marco Island, I mean, in on all these places in between.
Mm.
So yeah, these deals are out there in abundance. And this is the other reason why we share is because there's more people out there that need our help then there are people like us who are looking to help them.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of these out there. So continue to share. And obviously, I want to be doing a lot more of these too. So I'm going to check with Abby and see if we get more of these scheduled. Doing
Just to put a button on that too, to speak on the fact that there's more people out there that need help than there are people to help them. I started actually a private coaching community in the last. I started around Thanksgiving, and so far everybody that's joined that has been a Tampa wholesaler, a Tampa Bay wholesaler. Everybody, and people were asking me, they're like, "You're just training your competition. Like you're training people that are going to now be competing against the same leads that you are." I've gotten multiple students that have already gotten deals. I never had that seller in our CRM. They found that opportunity, and guess what? Now they're a JV partner. Now we're selling those deals. So not only are they getting deals because they hired me as a coach and I can help them, but now I'm getting deals from sellers that I wouldn't have gotten deals from beforehand. So if somebody can go out and train, literally, I am theoretically training my competition because they're calling on the same list that I'm calling on. They're looking for the same type of things that I'm looking on, but they're still getting deals that I don't have in my CRM and are turning into money that I wouldn't have had without it. So there's not really much better of an illustration than that. There's more people out there that need help than there are people that are looking to help them, for sure.
as great as Nick is, he can't find them all on his own. So he needs
I
our help.
can't. As much as I'm trying to, I can't.
Yeah, and it's the same thing goes with creative. You just add that layer on top of it, and my gosh, it is just a abundance of opportunities surrounding us. So in 2025, don't let people talk about how you can't deal deals or the rates are too high or things like that, because when you learn the right strategies and you adapt to what's going on in the market, you could always do deals and always get great deals no matter what. And to flip on that, some of the very best deals that Jen and myself bought were the deals that we bought in 2008 when the market was crashing and nobody was buying in 2010 and 11 and 12. Like we still own those properties. And my gosh, what we paid for them back then compared to what they're worth now, when everybody was scrambling and running away and the market's crashing and it's all doom and gloom, are where we made some of our best freaking deals. So if the market is dropping or if it's going up, once again, things could happen. If you get some really great deals and over time, you can build wealth, and that's the key to this. So once again, bam, great job, bud. I'm so happy we had you on today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Yay. Okay. Coming up next, anybody want to see Joe pull a list? Right? We want to pull up Propstream, and we're gonna pull up some lists, and we're gonna kind of go over that.
You don't
Um,
need me anymore, Joe?
No, you're good, partner. Thank you so much. And we'll connect after I finish up here in a little bit.
Sweet. All right. Take it easy, everybody.
Thanks, partner.
Thank you.
All right, everybody go give Nick a follow because he is awesome and a great dude. Okay, I'm going to pull up PropStream. Make sure I'm able to share. Abby, can you see my screen?
Yep, you're good.
All right, everything look good here. All right.
Yep.
So I'm going to pull up PropStream. This is my account. Oops. There you go. Wow. Okay, I'm going to shrink my comments so I can't see it so I can focus here. You can see obviously where I've been looking. So I'm going to pull up Tampa. We're going to start there. We can pull up some other things too. So this is Tampa. You can see there are 548,000 properties in Hillsborough County, which is spanning of Tampa, some of the surrounding areas, down to about Palo Beach area. So some of the filters that I'm looking at, they're going to vary. But so some of the ones I look at when I have PropStream, I'm going to go to your search, And now, if you've never been through Propstream, I'm going to walk you through what this looks like and how this goes. Abby, if anybody wants to get on Propstream, can you drop that link below if they want to do like a 7-day free trial?
Yep.
In case you guys want to test this out, they could do that. But it's going to go over a lot of really cool things. So when I'm looking, and you could change this however you want, but I'm going to tell you what I like to do. So for me, I'm looking for residential. You could do commercial, vacant land, other, which could be other things like this. So I'm going to look for single family homes, right? So when I do this, you can see up here, single family homes that are residential, there's 354,000 of them in Hillsborough County. What I do is I'm going to scroll down here. You could add if you want it to be an HOA or not, pool or not, garage or not, basement, there's none around, attic, right? You can do overall property conditions. So they have some new technology, Propstream Intelligence, which kind of gives them a gauge, and I don't know how they use it, but this will give them a gauge of what they think the condition of the property will be like, if it's good, bad, or ugly. So right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for houses that are on market, listed for sale. Okay. MLS status, right? Days on market, range. I'm going to put minimum days on market. Let's do this for what? 50 days. So they have to be on the market for at least 50 days. Okay. So houses that are single family homes for sale, 7,400. Now here's one thing I always like. Did I go over the price part yet? I don't think I did. Nope, not yet. Okay, it's down here. MLS status, listing amount. So this is gonna be the price. Here's what I like to do here. I want everything that has a minimum of $50,000 price tag. Because what happens is sometimes you'll click for sale, but there'll be a bunch of rentals. And I don't want rentals. And you'll see if now it went down by about 600 properties. So there could be some like a small error there. Pre-foreclosure doesn't matter to me. I want to look at everything. Now I could do owner occupant. I could do many different things here. I could do it vacant if I want to. I'm going to start leaving it open. I'm going to look for individuals. These are not a corporation that own the house or not. These are just individuals, people. It's in their name. It's not in an LLC name or anything like that. Now, some of the things where I start getting to my favorite part, you can do absentee owner. This is great, but I don't want to narrow it down too much yet. So what I start looking at, value and equity. Okay, so here's the one category that I really like. Loan to value. You'll hear this term as LTV. So what does this mean? And I'm going to show you what I pick. So I want a minimum of 80% loan to value. What does that mean? That means that their loan amount they're predicting is at least 80% of its value. So what have I done now? I've got 1,500 homes in Hillsborough County that are for sale that they're guessing about only 20% or less of equity. They don't have a lot. If I want that number to shrink, I could go to 10%, or I'm sorry, wrong way. I could go to 90%. These have very little equity. There's 1,000 of them. Okay. Now, the other thing, if you really want to find some, narrow it down, I'm looking for interest rate. The maximum I want to pay is 4%. So this means now I've got 27 houses. Here we go. Now, these are my favorite 27. These are single family homes in Hillsborough County that have very little equity, as you can see right here. And they have an interest rate under 4%. These are on the market for sale. They've been on the market for sale for more than 50 days. These 27 properties right here are a good list of leads. Now, I don't always love going and talking to agents who have houses on the market, but the market in Tampa is kind of dropping right now. Some of these people might be in a jam. So when I'm looking, I'll pull up the property. I could see they bought this property for 388. So here's the property address. Leesburg Commons Drive, Gibson, Florida. It's built in 2018. It's a little over 2,000 square foot house. The owner has currently owned it for 2 years and 9 months. They bought it for 388. They bought it for 388, guys, and look, it's for sale for 369. They're selling it for under what they bought it for. And when you go to mortgage and transaction history, you're going to see they've got a mortgage on there, 2 loans actually. The first mortgage they have is at 360 balance. Their interest rate is 3.92, but they borrowed another 86,000 on this house as a second mortgage, and they still owe this. So guys, does this look way over leveraged to us? Right? They owe 360 here, they owe 68 here. You're talking or 428. So let's round this up. They owe 430,000 on the property is what they owe, and they're listing it for 369. Right? That's a big hit they're going to take. They're literally upside down on this house. They've had it in the market for 59 days. Maybe this is one that we would chat with, right? Here's my challenge. When I go to mortgage and tax history, these payments right here are their payment. So I apologize. Estimated loan payment 1,700. I don't know why that says 17,000. That can't be right. But their main payment is 1,800 a month. This does not include taxes. It does not include insurance, and it does not include HOA. So I got to factor in those things by looking at the tax information, finding out the taxes are about 8,600 a year. And my gosh, when I start adding in the insurance policy, does it cash flow, right? These people on this house, they are in a major jam. If you agree or disagree, I want to see your comment down below what you think of that. Here's the second one, and this is what we could do. I could skip trace these people. I could call them all. I could send them a letter in the mail says that I want to buy your house. These people are pre-foreclosure. So Shelly, she bought this house. It doesn't even say the transaction. It's built in 1965, 2,000 square foot house. MLS. It's pending right now at 325. She owes more than that, but she's got a 2.69 rate. Like, my gosh, this could be a nice little deal. Even if she's, but this is a reverse mortgage. You can't do that with a reverse mortgage. So if you see reverse mortgage, creative finance does not work for them. You might be able to do a short sale, but I move on quickly. But I just kind of want to show you, here's a way to use a service like Propstream. And this works in every county across the US. Some counties might have 1 or 2 houses. Well, if they do, you could open up. Maybe you're not 90% loan to value. Maybe you go down to 70 or 80. There'll be more selection. And if anybody's got any questions about this, drop them in. So these people bought this house for just a crack under $1 million in 2021. They've got it listed at 1.5 million. Here's their mortgage history. So what do they owe on it? They owe 1.2 something over what they bought it for. They've got 2 payments or 2 interest rates extremely low. So their combined payment is 6,000 plus taxes and insurance. And so once again, I'm able to back into deals, but odds are, and this is a 5,000 square foot house. Who owns this one? Here you go. Right. And then the neat thing about PropStream, it shows linked properties. So it shows all of their other properties they own, their current mortgage on them, their current estimated value, how long they've owned them. So here's the thing where I buy in land trust because it doesn't share that information. If you put it in your own name or an LLC, that stuff is easy to find. And that's how they could find you. I don't know if they really bought this house for 123,000, but okay. And this information is not always 100% perfect, but they're trying to sell it for 400,000, and they owe the bank. That cannot be right. 1.4 million. So I move on. Here's a cute little house in West Tampa. They bought it for 165. They have it listed at 555, and it's pending on the market. And you can see they don't really have much equity, guys. So imagine buying a house for 165 and then you owe, 400, almost 500,000 on it. And that's what's happening a lot if they bought them down here. So these are some of the lists that I'm going to pull. I'm going to change it up a little bit so I can show you some of these and how we look at that. Now, one quick thing we could do, if you're pulling this in a list in an area where maybe you're not getting a list, I could do days on market. I could drop that down to 10. I go from 27 properties to 30. I've gained 3 more properties, right? Where is my loan to value? Did I pass it already, Abby? I think I did.
I didn't see it either.
It's at the bottom. No, I did. Okay, here we go. Loan to value. I can make this not as high, right? 90% means there's no equity. Maybe I put this down at 80%. I go from 30 properties to 110, just like that. So now I just literally quadrupled the amount of houses here. And everybody could see there's a lot of houses right now that have our interest rate under 4%, not a lot of equity, right? So this one shows negative equity because it kind of gives you a briefing right there. And the interesting thing about this property, guys, you can see this is their current mailing address, which is different from up here. So this is an absentee owner. This is a house they bought for 55 grand. I don't know how true or how wrong that is, but I do see that they bought it and now they're listing it 479. And I don't know if this is right or not, but they owe about 600,000 on this house. This is a reverse mortgage. So I can't do those. Right? 388, they bought it. Oh, this is the one we already looked at. But when I'm briefly looking, if I see any that's really tight right here, like estimated equity, not a lot. These are the opportunities. This is a pre-foreclosure, guys. That means they're behind on their payments. Maybe you could call and get it current, but this is a great, great lead right here. They're listing it at 325. They owe 368. They have a 2.69 rate. So I'm not an advocate of paying way over value for the property, but my gosh, if I could pay it down extremely quick and or low, and I've got some really great terms, I have to pay a closer look at that deal. Because interest rates like this, guys, I don't know when we're going to see that again. That is almost free money. And so what I figure is if I'm looking at this deal overall, even if I bought it at 325 or 300 versus just taking over this exact balance, but at a 2.69 rate versus a 7-point rate, and then you factor in the price you paid plus finance charges and all of these factors, odds are this is going to be a much lower overall. Do we have any questions about this or how this works? And if you want to see some of the challenges that you'll run into, here, I'm going to leave the same search. Let's go to Monroe County, New York. Probably going to be nothing in there. Okay, you moved to that. Oh, this is Monroe, New York. Not Monroe County, but we'll still look while we're here. Same thing, guys. You got a lot of properties like negative. They've got it listed for 600,000. They owe 400,000, 3.56 rate. This would be one I would call. I would definitely call if it makes sense where I could rent it. It's been on the market for 65 days. It's not selling, but maybe we could have a conversation. Now, these people own 8 properties. Here they all are. Right? Single family residential. You'll see who the owner's name, any other partners or LLCs they have. It's all in there. So that's why I know it's important to buy real estate, but it's also important to make sure you buy it the right way so you can protect your empire. Because here's the issue. These people have a value of 5.5 million of their total portfolio. They still have open loans on that, but they've got about $1 million of equity on all of their deals. So they don't have a lot. They've got a lot of real estate value, but they don't have a lot of equity, right? But some of these I have found where I've found people who own 20, 30, 40 houses, and they own them all outright. If they ever get in a lawsuit or an accident, that could cause a major issue because I could find it, attorneys can too. Here we go. They're probably, okay, we got a couple in Monroe County. Pending, 228. Mortgage information. What's it pending at? 289. I apologize. These people really don't have much equity at all, as you can see. So even in markets like we were looking at before, Rochester doesn't really have that much inventory to begin with, but there's still 7 houses here. And I could open this up more if I want to change some of these settings. So definitely start looking at, oh, you know what? In Rochester, let me take that away. I go from 7 to 9 because they might have some inexpensive properties here. Anything good? Transferred. Pending at 144. I don't know how that's possible. Unless it's like sometimes I've had people, they take multiple loan or one big loan for multiple properties, do like an umbrella loan, and sometimes you'll see that here. MLS, 389, 177. So they have equity in this house. But these are all the deals where I'm calling, guys, because you could find some cute houses in cute neighborhoods that don't need much. You could tell by the pictures it's vacant, which is another indicator to me. If you don't know, sometimes you can look at the property details. Sometimes you're going to see this is a different address. So Charles and Sandra look like they've already moved out of the house, but they're still having their mail delivered there. Sometimes they have it forwarded to another address. And I can even look here under linked addresses to find out, did they just buy something recently? And it'll tell you right here if they did and that kind of stuff. So that's the super helpful stuff, guys. I do when I'm pulling lists on Propstream. This is my #1 go tool for that. So get your leads for free by using Facebook. If you're going to use a service like Propstream or something like that, there's more than enough leads out there of sellers, and it's easy to track all over the country. I'm going to be focusing on lead generation. I'm going to be focusing on finding motivated sellers. You guys have our script. We shared with you the blue post. I did a little bit of a walkthrough for that. Part of why I do this, I am just like Nick, teaching all of you how to do it. So hopefully you go out and you get a whole bunch of leads. You start talking to a whole bunch of sellers. And one of you call Joe and say, hey, Joe, I think I have a deal. Let's partner on it. And we could all do that deal together. And you're going to learn and we're going to make some money together. Sometimes I could just buy that deal from you if you don't want it. I get a lot of investors that reach out to me and say, hey, Joe, I've talked to a seller. They owe too much. Everybody talked to a seller who they want too much for their property. I know I have many times, but they want too much for the property. I can't buy it for half off, but they're motivated and they might be open to terms. Like, make sure you get a hold of me and make sure we can connect on that deal. Obviously, you guys know, I hope you're all in our Facebook group, Creative Finance Playbook, right on Facebook. It's a group, it's open for all of you. We share deals, we share info, we share when we're going to do more of these things. If you have any questions, I'm going to give you my cell phone number now. It's my actual cell phone number. So if I give it to you and you call me, I'm going to answer it. Don't be too surprised. If you text me, I'm going to text you back and it's me doing it. So if you send me a lot of messages, give me some grace because I might get a couple of text messages, but I'm going to be talking to you. So if you want my cell phone number and you want to chat about how can you do this more, how can you do it consistently, I am here to help you. And we're very big on how are we going to get you some leads and get you your first deal. If you have done these deals before, how can I get more deals? If I want to do my very first one, how do I get that? We help you through every single step of that. And it's having us hold your hand through the process. So if you need help with us analyzing your deals, that's what we do. We could call your sellers for you. That's why we have our coaching community, guys. So if anybody wants to know more about that too, shoot me a message and we'll hop on a call and we could talk about it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So my cell phone number is 585 207 2240. That's my actual cell phone number. I'm not gonna lie. We were interviewed on Bigger Pockets and they're like, how can everybody connect with you? And I was like, here's my cell phone. I had 3,000 phone calls and messages, and it was insanity. So it did take me some time to get back to everybody. So if you were on that episode and I didn't text you back, I apologize. Give me another message and I'll get right back to the top again. But it's my cell phone number. Use it. And Joe, do you deal in storage units? CJ, that is a great question. I don't. I have a lot of friends who do. In our coaching community, we just had somebody come and drop a master class on how to buy these properties using creative finance on so also in our community, we bring in other guests too. Attorneys, Bob Bloom, one of the best attorneys in the country for estate planning purposes and for taxes mitigations, all these things. He's wonderful. He's clients all around the globe. And this is part of what we also do in our community too, to get a snapshot of what that's like. But what you guys are in for today, it's all about deal making, guys. So you've got my cell phone number. Also, too, Abby just dropped the link for our Facebook group right in the chat. So if you guys want to join that, there's the link right in there. We'll get you right in. And then once again, too, if anybody wants to get on my calendar, shoot me a message. Or Abby, is there a link that we could share if they just want to book it themselves?
Yep.
Bam. Think I already got a call. Yay. Oh man, I got a bunch of messages. Holy cow, look at this. Thank you guys for messaging me. I'll make sure I call you back. Got a bunch of them coming. Holy cow, that's awesome. Well, good. That means y'all want to do some deals. So I guess my question is like, who's ready to do some deals for 2025? Put that down in the chat. I want to see. All right, you want to do wholesale? Do you want to do fix and flip? Or are you looking to buy some rentals using creative finance? I want to kind of get the temperature of the room of what everybody's looking for. I see Creative by Scott. Love it. And one fun fact, guys, I know I dropped it earlier. 40% of all houses across the country are owned free and clear. That's a big number. Here's another fact. All of the people, the rest of them who have mortgages, 67% of those people have an interest rate under 4%. So in 2025, if interest rates are 7%, there's no reason you got to pay for them. Between all of those free and clear properties and all of those people have a 2 and 3% interest rate, there are abundance of these opportunities everywhere. Like Nick said, and like Lexi said, and like I just am saying, we got to find motivated sellers. I am seeing pretty much everything creative finance as I do contracting work also. Went to the governor house. Oh, Matt, thank you so much. We got to chat after this because it sounds like you're going to be doing the work on our governor property. Um, we got Bob doing creative and lease to purchase. Bob, you are talking my love language, bud. That is my absolute favorite. Buy them on creative and then do them with the lease with the option to buy. That's right up my alley. I see a lot of creative stuff. I love it. And I like wholesaling. That's why I brought Nick on. I do a lot of wholesaling myself too. You get some really, really big checks. The checks that I would get were more than what my wife would make a year in teaching, and we would get that in one deal. So I do like that, but my favorite are buying these creative deals where I am buying them with very little cash. I'm getting these beautiful rentals. I had a whole slideshow, guys. Didn't even do it today because I had way more fun just kind of just sharing value and deals and real things. But on my slideshow, and we're running out of time, but literally we bought a house in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. We just closed on it like a month ago. The sellers moved into Texas. Their job got relocated. Husband's there. Wife's still back there. The interest rate's 4.1%. House is 2 years old. The seller says, give me $12,000 down and you guys could take over my payment. So for $12,000 down and like nine or 8,000 closing costs, 20,000 out of pocket total, I own a 2-year-old house in Florida that has a 4 point something interest rate on it. Payment is $1,900 a month and it rents for $2,500. And the thing is turnkey, crystal clean, needs nothing. I know when I find the right renter, because we just closed on that, and I find my right renter to do that lease with the option to buy, somebody's going to give me, it's a 300 and something $1,000 home. And somebody moving into that property is going to give me 20, 30,000 to move in. I'm going to be cash flowing my 500 a month, which is my target or higher. And these deals are out there in abundance, guys. So name of the game. Joe, how would you make a deal with an over-leveraged homeowner? So, Robert, that's a great question. I'm very mindful on that, on over-leveraged, which means they owe more than what it's worth. If I'm buying it with no money down and I have a really low payment and a really low interest rate, and the house is in great shape, I would have to really, really consider making that deal, right? I don't want to pay way too much for it. I definitely don't. But if I do, and what does over leveraged mean? The house is worth 400 and they owe 420. Okay. Is the house worth 400 right? And they owe 650, that's a different story. That's a different story, right? So if it's pretty close, I would consider it. But now here's the flip side of that. I'm just picking on Naples, Florida because it's beautiful there. But if I find a property in Naples, Florida, and the seller owes 650, current condition, it's beautiful, it's immaculate, it needs nothing, and they owe 600 on it, or vice versa, I'm sorry, and they're upside down 50 grand, and they have a 2.25 payment, and the interest rate's really, really low, and it's in a non-flood zone, and all the other boxes check off, and it's a strong rental market, I'd have to consider that. And I don't ever want to overpay for a house. But my question to you all, if I had a house that was worth $100,000 and the seller says, Joe, I will sell it to you for $1 million. All of us would be like, no way, you're crazy. $1 million, the property is only worth 100 grand. But what if they sold it to you for no money down and you had a dollar per month payment for 1 million months? And I could rent it for significantly higher and it was turnkey and beautiful. Man, I might have to be paying this thing off for the next 86 years, but if I'm not paying any interest and only $1 a month, I would make that deal happen. Okay. So for me, the purchase price isn't the most important thing. Yes, from the grave. Well, my kids will be making that payment for me because I will probably be gone in 86 more years. But this is the name of the game, guys. So I'm looking to buy cash flowing assets, little money down, cash flowing that are beautiful properties. My long-term goal is appreciation. More of the short-term goal for me is I want to get paid every single month and buy beautiful houses. So that is my key for 2025. My big fix and flips, I'm not doing them. I'm wholesaling. Small fix and flips under the median house range, great school districts, light work, mostly like cosmetic. I would consider doing those, especially in some of the heat map we showed earlier. There's going to be some places where it's really worth doing. There's some places where maybe it's probably better off to wholesale that, right? So these are our strategies. Thank you guys all for tuning in today. If you guys want to see more of this, I need to see some comments. Like, should we do another one of these next month? You guys got to convince Abby because she's sitting on here with 5 hours for me. And so if you guys could convince Abby for us to do another one of these next month, I see I'll be there. I see a yes. Good. Let's get some love for Abby. Thank you so much for being the best co-host today. Abby, I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of yeses, which means like I think we should maybe do another one of these.
I think you're right. I think they just sold me.
Okay.
Too
Well, if
many
we get some
yeses.
more,
Let's do
if we get
this.
some more yeses, I'm gonna give you Abby's phone number. Just text her yes. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. She's like you. But I'm seeing enough yeses here. There's a whole bunch coming through, and they just keep on coming. So, Carlos, good to see you, bud. I didn't know you were even here, but yes, I would love to do another one of these next month. So let's figure out when we're going to get this on the calendar. Let's make sure we have everybody's email addresses and contact information so we can make sure they get the welcome and the invite to come again. I'm going to have some more stuff we're going to do. We'll bring some more guests on. I didn't even get a chance to bring Brittany on today. I didn't show you the cool slideshow. So there's like a million more things I want to share from you guys. I see yes from my neighbor in Pinellas County, Jordan, my man. Can't wait. All right, cool, guys. I'm seeing a lot of yeses. I don't know if that's my wife, Jen, but she's saying yes. And if she's coming on with me too. So I guess who wants to see my wife on here next time with me instead of just looking at me the whole time? Bob, I'll be there. Great work, Abby. Thanks, Joe. Thank you so much, Bob, for coming. We're getting a lot of love here, guys. So I absolutely love it. I see some email addresses coming through from CJ. Jose, thank you so much for coming. My God, what a great group today. Jim, thank you so much. John, Noah, Mike Collins, good to see you, partner. Thank you for coming. Good to see you as usual. All right, gang. I'm going to call it a night. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. Send me a text message. Y'all got my number. Let's get in touch and let's do some deals. It's 2025 and we ain't messing around no more. So awesome. You guys have a great one. We'll